What's up, bro? How you doing today? Got this alligator, crocodile. I get on makeup all the time, but I used to carry them with me, and I hadn't for a while. Awesome, bro. How about you up for reading? I did a reading for myself yesterday, first thing. You up for reading, little bro? Yeah, I think it's good. Why not? I mean, are we not just two different aspects of the same particle? Two different aspects of the same being? And get a third deck. I'll do some tarot today, tarot oracle, whatnot. I'll be starting off that way. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. What's up, Mad Corn Dog? Mad Little Corn Dog? Nice name. Oh, yeah, thanks, Stephen. I saw it there, I moved it out the way, but then I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll leave it right there for today. Seeing, yeah, that actually seemed like a spot on thing right there. There was a time period in my life where every single day I wound up going to the cards, to the tarot, to the oracle. I had learned from one individual that by using a multitude of systems, not that he tried to show me on purpose or anything to that regard, but he was sharing by utilizing multiple oracle, tarot, mediumistic abilities, cards, systems. By utilizing different systems, we're able to get a fuller message, see more of things going on. And so I had acquired a few decks at that particular time, and I started doing tarot readings every single day. I started saying, well, if I'm curious about what's going on in the world, that I'm going to do a reading on it rather than turn on the news, rather than look at an article. I'm going to go to the cards. Let me see the state of things. And as I started working the tarot more frequently, the tarot and oracle systems, I came to find that work, regular 9 to 5 work, tended to move out of the way, and I was able to go on the shamanic path. I was able to somehow, life was afforded, and food, things just started becoming available, and not necessarily having to do the hard labor. I'm not saying I don't work at different times or help people or do things of the sort. I do, though, as a regular, ongoing thing in order to maintain a roof and food. Biggest quarry, biggest question, biggest quandary is, how do I go from living a 9 to 5 and being spiritually inclined to doing the whole on shamanic journey? You say to, like, how do I not pay bills, right? How do I break this system for myself to where I don't have to pay bills, yet somehow I still have a roof and food? I would suggest start putting some tarot and oracle system into your life and utilize it on a regular basis, because there's going to be spirits, conscious individuals connected, and when they see and find somebody in the world that winds up really pursuing these gifts and these abilities, this connection, those spirits, those divines, they literally remove other obstacles in the person's life so that they can actually live freely and pursue the journey of actually communicating with otherworldly intelligence. And that's how you actually move from a regular monetary working life to a spiritual life. Literally, each person's journey will be unique to their own circumstances. The divine and miracles are amazing of what I've experienced, and it was a gradual thing. One thing I've found about true divine connection is that there's always preparation. There's always a build-up before an event. That's how I can tell the difference between, like, good guy versus bad guy, just plain and simple here, is that the bad guy, they're not going to give me a heads up. They're going to let me crash, a full-on crash. But the good guy, they're going to prepare me. They're not going to tell me directly, but they're going to build me up. They're going to build my self-esteem, my heart, my ability, my whatever the case is needed. And then that situation is going to happen. I would have been prepared. And then when that event came on, I happened to eat enough for a good 2 weeks. And now I could take 3, 4 days with minimal eating and heavy workload. Why? Because I put on the weight. I was able to eat. I was able to be prepared for the event. And literally, this is how this it transitioned my life. And this is how the spirit can work with you independently if you so desire. But at least that was my journey. It's how I really, really, really took it to the next level for my intensity of study. So I've got 3 decks, and I'm shuffling. Well, I've shuffled. Cards are being drawn, and then we'll go through the reading. No, that's already been done. That's cool. In one of my tarot decks, it's a blank card. It's just a completely blank card, no picture, no nothing, just a blank card. And at the very beginning of my journey, I had got a reading from a friend, from an individual. He's a friend, brother, in all consideration, a friend. And he did a reading for me. And there was like the mystery rune that popped up, and there was like a surprise that Odin had for me himself, essentially. And it was not something I could imagine or know or anything. It's just a complete mystery. But it was a surprise. So that card popped up. From swords to laughter. That's beautiful. All right, so this could be a past, future, present thing like mine was yesterday. We'll find out. Well, you'll know as you hear it for yourself. So the first card here, I mean, obviously I don't need to read a book about laughter, okay? But I learned long ago that an author's chosen words, that's their poem. That's their essence. It's like knowing a poet and never reading their work because I have something better to say. Nah, I'd rather read the poet's words. A lot of times, at least for me. Anyways. It says every cloud not only has a silver lining, but it also has a humorous side. Try objectively to stand back from your situations and find a humorous twist. Laughter will help you see your life from a new perspective so that you can receive creative insights and solutions. Being much too serious about life, according to the fairies, They're not asking you to neglect responsibilities, though let go of sacred reverence for life or defend your emotions with jokes. Instead, you're asked to see the humor that runs through the thread of life like a brilliant comedy. Our lives become more enjoyable when we can see them through the eyes of humorists. And laughter also helps us to stand back and see ourselves and our situation more objectively. And when we laugh, we relax. And when we relax, creative solutions and renewed energy course through us more easily. So take time today to laugh. For instance, to go see a new funny movie or play or buy a book by your favorite comedy writer or maybe exchange silly jokes with a friend. Laughter is always a good thing, much needed. And there's always, quite often, way too much things we're considering on a very serious tonnage. At least in the past little bit, I know a lot of things are a little different. The next card is the blank card. Complete blank after that. And then we move to the two swords, but this is a different system here. And this one is that it foretells a duel, but it also says that the result will not be fatal. Your partnerships will not go smoothly, and in general, many obstacles will be thrown in your way. It's kind of like the world and the universe saying, stay laughing through all these obstacles. It ain't going to take your life. These challenges aren't going to end you, but there's a mystery friend out there. You got an advantage. You got an ace in the hole. You don't know about it, don't see it. Nobody else does either. When all these challenges coming up. Then we move to the Seven of Hearts, which is, alright, no, it's the Eight of Hearts, which is temporary darkness, clarity clouded, thoughts deep. Despite uncertainty, it's important that you move forward, as the sun will shine again. We move on to the Knight of Swords. Which is as quick as the wind. Don't lose time, move forwards clearly and purposefully, and let nothing and nobody stand in your way. You know exactly what you want, how to get it, and where to find it. And then this jumps to the Queen of Wands. Which is powerful in purity. You feel free and untethered. You look at life openly, proudly, and consciously head on. Serenity and calm radiate from you. And it kind of sounds like your own reading, but like the one I got for myself yesterday, past, present, kind of future and present kind of together. Because I know your vibe nowadays, and for what you've went through and what you've worked through, there was certainly some challenge, bro. Challenges like at the beginning of the year and whatnot that we both experienced, you went through, and all that stuff, man. The journey's been as one of the And as one of the tales go, the journey's been arduous. It's been difficult, but that challenge has found reward and peace and optimistic outlook and fucking just like that last card quoted. One thing I impress heavily constantly is to follow your heart. I've noticed that brains work differently. People have different types of memory, like different storage devices. And yeah, I got some incense. Woo, woo. Ah, I'm gonna get a different color. This way. Though I noticed that like some people they remember very specific information very, very, very well. Like titles, names, uh, numbers, things of that nature. Other people they have a very good pictorial memory. They remember everything's visual for them, like a picture. And, I mean, they can so like things written in a book they can remember super well. My brain don't work like that. I don't. If I want to remember something and rattle it off. Either I work at memorizing it every single day and I literally spend multitude of hours every single day going over whatever I'm going over, the mantras or whatever. I could rattle one off right now. I'm not going to, but like that takes effort for me and repetition and most things of that sort of a nature. That's something I want to remember for my life. It's something I'm trying to put into my long term storage. Otherwise, I lump things into good and bad. And I've got a trash bin, but I don't really kind of dump it until like a whole situation is wrapped up and I know that whole thing's done, packaged, sealed, stamped, shipped, got the postcard and all that shit, got the t-shirt too. Now we had some extra pieces of of that puzzle. Those truths, those were lies. Okay, we can trash that info. That shit's gone. And so, like doing tarot readings. I mean, I've got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I've got at least 10 different systems of tarot and oracle combined, including numerology. I'll throw out at different times, and that's way too much technical information to put into long-term storage. I'm not going to conscientiously have that up here 24/7. I want to be learning new things like a child. A child, they have the mentality of learning. They're everything's interesting. They're staring at everything because they're taking it in. Complete observation, complete paying attention. There's no way to put that type of observation on something if Mr. fucking know it all knows it all. If you know it all, there's nothing else to put in the register. And so for me, I got the good pile, I got the bad pile, I got the trash file. Bad pile moves to the trash file. There's a process, there's a system to eliminate data, information, so I don't get rid of things too early. By getting rid of information too early, there's mishaps, there's arguments, there's mistakes. And so by understanding that my memory bank, my brain remembered things differently than others, I was able to distinguish why other people have different abilities and different gifts. I could respect why somebody gets why they're on the in crowd, because they think like most other individuals, or they think like that group of people that's in that area, we all group together, we all wind up finding our way to each other. And that's a big thing. And by like knowing myself, I know which people are not like grooving in my vibe, so I can move my vibe that way, or however the case. I don't have to confront, I don't have to try to fit in somewhere I know I don't belong. I have no interest in trying to take over somebody else's anything. That's theirs. That's what they came up with. I wouldn't want somebody to do that to me, so I wouldn't do that to somebody else. And really, like in the past, this is how it was on a we see things on a spiritual, emotional, connected level on that sort. And in the past, people had different resources, different abilities, ancient past, different things occurred, those kind of alliances. I can respect your difference, but if you need help, call me. Otherwise, I'm gonna do my thing over here. But truly, we've walked through that hard path in the past. We've struggled, little bro. Like you know better than most by what you feel every single day of your life, and it every day is a new best day, because that energy, that feeling, like that youthfulness, that was it was gone. It was lost. Like in the beginning there of life, there was laughter, and then all this hard crap came in, and the fairies were like, "Yo, don't forget to laugh." All that hard crap goes through. You meet a good ally, and then boom, like all of a sudden, shit, it's good in life. Woo woo. And I think that's a pretty awesome journey today. Man, I'd like to do a tarot reading for somebody else, or oracle reading, pull a card or two, if anybody would like one drawn. Um, but people were asking if I dance. I love to dance, and I'd be in the car, I'd be dancing. I'd go like, man, I don't go to, I'd love to dance. I just, normally, blasting your music is not exactly wanted in a neighborhood or whatever. Whatever the case, I don't know. I love to dance, I'll put it that way. I just need music to get me moving. And I'd be playing music and moving and shit, but copyright or whatever the crap going on here, so. Cool. Yeah, I'll pull you a couple cards, Kirby. This one. Yesterday we were reading The Alchemist, a very interesting story, very kind of awesome info. Boy going through life learning all sorts of things. Finished up book one. That one. First one is a Page of Cups. Interesting. So these two cards bring out that you can trust your feelings, look deep into your soul, and discover the wealth that guides you in everyday life. You cannot know it, just believe it. And the other card is enlightenment, introspection, soul searching, solitude, contemplation, inner guidance, privacy, hidden benefactor, hidden power source. You know, when two cards pop up from two different decks and they like saying trust your feelings, like look deep into your soul, and the other one's like do soul searching and like inner guidance, hidden benefactor. I'm saying that message pretty darn clear. Darn, that was pretty nice. Take care, Twisted Soul. I appreciate it. Um, Before my mom passed away, why don't I have any tattoos? Diabolical man asked. Um, well, number one, number one, it starts with number one. My mom, before my mom passed on, there was like three things that was just like, I wasn't into them. And she was like, just don't ever do these things. And I was like, that's easy enough. So after she passed on, I'm like, yeah, I really don't want those things. And like when it like I like seeing tattoos on people. Love seeing tattoos on people. I think it's amazing, the artwork, everything. Um, though for myself, I change my mind way too much. I might be dressing like this for the next whatever, but then one day I'm not upset with it, but one day I'm feeling something different. I want to put something else on. I want to look different. I want to change things up. So for myself, I could imagine getting a tattoo and being like, "Fuck, I don't want that. I don't want to look at that anymore." It could just happen out of nowhere with me. I just might not be into that thing anymore. I'm not vibing with that. Whatever. So I adorn my body with plenty of extras, pieces of flair. Got to radiate like Ra, just like the sun, the brilliant sun. So, gotta have your pieces of flair, I say. Good morning, Suwushi. Wow. Wow. Uh, I'm gonna speak some blessings in some ancient languages, cause somebody just tried to call Bobby Yaga on my ass. It's like calling my aunt and being like, "Yo, what's your dude doing?" And my aunt's like, "My nephew's good. I'm coming after your ass." So I'm gonna read some blessings. They're protection. Like one is the Blue Lotus mantra. Beautiful. I mean, I may not like read it beautifully because my flow is a little bit different. People talk like they know spirits. They don't know anything except their own upsetness. And like spiritual families, like family. And that's people's own energy. And so like I read the blessings, some of the blessings I'm gonna read, and I'm not gonna be super long or nothing. Just a couple here and there. But it's protection to other individuals. Because that individual's walking around in life in the real world and they send that energy out to everybody they look at. Everybody. I, just because I looked a certain way doesn't mean they had to say something like that. They do that to everybody. Like that's part of paying attention to people's behaviors is the way that they treat you, is the way that they're treating other people, the way that they complain and say ugly things about other people. That's exactly what they do when they're not in your presence about you too. That's their mode of operatum. That's how they operate. That's what they're constantly mouthing, thinking, emulating, energy being sent out, and that's why it's very important for those types of individuals to sever that connection, to sever hanging out, to not be participating with this person in emotional and vibrational contact because their energy will be an attack on your own kindness without any physical effort going on. So Blue Lotus mantra specifically I'm pulling up here. I got him somewhere. There you are. So this is the Blue Lotus mantra. It's a beautiful blessing. Do it. I can do it. Of protection, immense protection. Um, and so on behalf of people in the world, doing a good thing, living their proper life, and being hit with negative energy from individuals. May this blessing go out to everybody on the world. Ani mani mane mamane arshara sharite shame shabi tai santa mokuda mokutabi shabi ashabi sobi shabi shae ashae gene sinte shabi darari oroke vasharni nebite abentara nebita randa re shudai kuri mkuri yarare yarare shugi asha sameli bori bekeri chitre taruma re shirite so yene kushane basha basha shudai mantara mantara shane uru kaya shara shara shayatai yara paromana yatai ya Sarada Maria Sarare Yoki Moki Arera Hataned Harte Ichin in a chiri Arinari Tunani Aranani Kunabia Kina Kari Kadadi Sandari Matogi Jokori Borushani Hachi Devi Ruke Taka Tuke Atanai Tana Kushade Tana Shurade Hachi Borasen Ne Sarubarani Batani Surubasha Tarni Shubatani so Yahabishani so Ginekiadani so Yahagai Terra so Gatarate Sarubaika Samasuka Randai Sarubasaru Mashore Serte Sarubasaru Kyo Sharaya Togi Shinapikirita Anya manya mane mamane sira karite sama samite visanta mukta mukti tami sama visame jaya ksaya ksine santa samite darano yologia besare peperite sarni nidhidu abientare neviste abientare parisuri kule arare parare sukangse sama bure beluki te dharma parixite sama koner kusani ne gorin pai avestani mantra se yatte rutu ksaya varataya vakula baldramani and ataya spaha Shwala Mahashwala Ukitu Muki Karata Votan Notavati Tiri Vitini Sitini Notani Nativati Spaha Atate Panate Anade Kunadi Spaha Gani Kandali Matani Pukasi Sankule Brusali Sisi Spaha Itimi Ruhe Spaha Adana Pati Dana Patani Dana Kusai Dana Sahari Sarahara Pari Purapasiani Savadani Avatani Sampatani Samaparixite Samganigatani Dama Parixite Sarasata Rusu non carte Simifir Dirte Anu Parte Partani Svaha Kepra Tuma Tu Rara Kepra Kansu Arsemitoki Shabona Baranshi Demonina Hai Arsemitoki Shabo Banana Shet Miramina Hai Arsemitoki Shabo Banana Shem Torivina Hai Abra Oh. I've mentioned this before. My cousin taught me something. I'm not going to share the story like I did. My cousin, he taught me, no matter what you catch, toss it back as bait. Because we're trying to catch something bigger. You know, I've been looking for bullies in this world. And I love when I get their attention. I love when they look at me. It's all it takes. Let alone hear my voice. Let alone type a comment back to me. I'm on fucking God's watching my ass through a microscope and a telescope. He's got a fucking floodlight on me. He's got microphones. And God's like, May, what's going on with this motherfucker? He's watching everything I'm sending out and bringing in. Everything my whole life is on. It's the way it's been. On the shamanic path, that's what one does. Is you wind up dropping you learn how to raise your shield, you learn how to bring in mental, spiritual, emotional defense, okay, so that physical events don't wind up happening. You're able, and then the divine Father, once you've done your work there and with the Father, Pop, and then Pop's like, just drop it, stop it, nope, no need to do it. I don't want you to do it. I want to see who's coming after you. I'll take care of them. That's what I found out. That's what God does. If he needs to look a little bit clearer, I'll say some words, and well, his spotlight the light just got a little brighter. You could see things even clearer. That's why that's why Divine just needs an individual to be themselves and walk in the world fearlessly, because they know that the Divine is going to protect them. They know that there is a guidance and a protection that is coming not from man, okay? Not from religion, not from some name you think you know, but it's coming from fucking source. It's creator, being, essence, ET. I don't give a fuck. It's coming from something more real than we've seen. It's what we're all trying to feel for. It's what we're all trying to push through the firmament, get into heaven, and be like, what the fuck's going on? What's really going on? Can we just see the real picture? And what I've found with the Divine Father and the Divine Mother is that they teach one how to be an observer, how to report, and they looking for troublemakers. They looking for troublemakers. Karma's got plenty of work to take care of. Karma, she's working with Murphy right now. Man, they got just added to the list. They gonna get to him faster than later. Tell you that. So a lot of times, that's why I don't care what people really say or think, because none of that really matters. Not in the big scope of things. People like to think that things matter. That's why they try to distract you and try to make it bigger than what it was or is. They try to get everybody on their side because they have to work. All that extra work and effort shows your success. It shows what they're lacking. It shows what they're trying to overcome. It shows that they know themselves are not enough. To me, that's a shitty way to think. That's a shitty way to live. And, like, on it, I feel so sorry for the person. I emotionally disconnect and just go about my life and let them continue on. Because if I stay emotionally connected and give a fuck, then I'm going to get all up in their grill and be like, yo, fix your life. And then I'm just going to destroy any goodness I could have ever done or shared. So let me leave a last gift. Let me say la vie in the most loveliest of ways and take my leave. A lot of people, their time on the stage is done, but they just don't get the cue to. They don't forget to leave. They gotta hold on to what they got. But if I'm busy holding on to the past, I can't receive what comes to me in the future. A lot of people can say, no, that's not true. Look at everything I have. I would wager that an amount of possessions does not equal one's life. I've said this many times, and it's a fact. I've had things that were very dear to me, and they were broke or stolen or lost, and I emotionally let go of them. And I've had things that were very clear and dear and personable, and I wound up breaking, trashing, or getting rid of it myself because I saw that that time was that time. But when those moments happen, those items that I no longer have, they get implanted into my memory stronger than any physical object I have, because the object I have stays right here. Like these tapestries and stuff, they stay right here. I don't think about these tapestries when I walk outside the room. I don't see them in my mind. But there's one tapestry I used to have and I don't have anymore. And I see it everywhere. I see it there. I see it there. I see it outside. I see it any moment. I see it clear as day right in front of me. And that's powerful to me. That's a long term memory. That's I have the object with me digitally, organically. You know what? I feel just as good every time I think about it than when I have it. Or I mean, same beautiful connection. It's how we can carry more with less. The heart being lighter than the feather. It's powerful. That's some good stuff there. Pickle surprise. Ooh, Steven, you still here? I'll pull a couple cards for you. Yep, Steven's here. Yeah, we'll get back to that story, GT7. Cool, cool, cool. Is this normal? Nothing is normal! But hey, if you're having fun and you're seeing something that's just interesting enough, well, I'd say hello, my friend fellow, and welcome to Cetra's Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you dare to imagine, and you can imagine anything you dare to dream. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You know, you know, you're electromagnetic. That's electricity and magnetism, the ability to push and pull anything away or to you. I like to change up the normal. Hey, Mr. What are you doing over there? Nothing? Nothing? I'm always usually like imagining this like comedy show that I always kind of got playing, coming up with different episodes or something. And those characters have personalities. And I pick up things in life. And so I wind up animating my life. Imagination's powerful. To not necessarily need someone to create a story for you so that you can entertain yourself is, man, I'll tell you what, you used to do it when you were a kid all the time. That's gonna change. Because I can imagine, maybe in the current time or in the near future, that there will be kiddos and they will be like, what imagination? I had everything digitally in front of me. I did not have to imagine anything. Okay, charge your life. This is a real thing, okay? This is like, it said you're like Neo in the Matrix imagining a locker of guns. Okay, now I'll take you around and show you like my altar and stuff. Okay, we got multitude of levels here. One, two, anyways. And then the tapestries and everything, right? The Egyptians put up monuments, and conquerors, people came in afterwards and they etched out the eyes, they scratched out the hands, they removed the mouth, scratched out the mouth, different areas of, not the whole statue, not the whole monument, not the whole thing. But because they knew that if it has eyes, it can see. If it has a mouth, it can speak. It is esoterically, spiritually, interdimensionally connected and real. If it's visibly in the room, it has manifestation of the spirit. And that's when I started populating my room, just like Night of the Museum. And I said, well, shoot, what you guys want, what you guys need, let's help out this world and do as much good as we can, because I learned how to be a healer. That was pretty good and natural. I learned a couple tricks of the trade in that field. But what can I do to really help people in the world like I never have before? All right, Steven, this one's for you, bro. We got 3 cards here. I'll show you the cards. I'm going to read them as they came to me. Now, this could be a past, future, present kind of thing. You'll relate as I'm going to do. I'm going to read the shorthand on the info of them for you here. So the first card bringing up is undisciplined, lack of self control, powerlessness, opposition, coercion, obstructions, incompetence, ineptness, short journeys, spiritual imbalance, disunity, cycles of failure. The next card was the Queen of Ankhs upside down, which was insecurity, lack of trust, weakness, overly sensitive, self centered, disorganized, codependency, lower social status, inconsistency, unenduring, and foolishness. Now, these could have been traits of your own, or and they could have been traits of people that you were with or around, forced into that company, in suffering that kind of a thing. But the last one we here have the last card is the King of Swords, which moves into being intelligent, wise, intellectual, mental clarity, authority, truth, self discipline, rational, ethical, long lasting, durable achievements, peace, many accomplishments, and strategic thinker. So either those were part of your past journey and you grew through and out of those and learned something else. That is your future, what you're moving into from where you were to where you're headed of readjusting. Or you might have been that intelligent, wise, intellectual one the entire time, but those have been the obstacles you've been dealing with, and other people painting all that around you made you might, anyways. Past, future, present, I know came up for myself yesterday and for little bro. Anyways, apply as you connect with it. But any comments or anything, feel free to share and I'll expound solutions, or anything. Um, as a tarot, as an oracle reader, I'm used to individuals not giving much information or whatnot. Um, but let's go organize success. Okay, that's what we're moving into then, Stephen. Okay, awesome. Love it. Okay, okay, okay. This is a big reason why uh, I read what you shared and so responding. But this is why it's important for one not to needlessly hang around individuals that are not going to be helpful. People that are ultimately causing conflict, argument, um, these kind of things. When we wind up choosing that self isolation, for momentary self isolation, those problems start to stop. And when those problems stop, it's kind of interesting that that problem happened around that person all the time. Those negative influences of irrationality, or however the words were properly read and whatnot, and you connected. But generally, that kind of vibration happens because we're around other people that are pulling us in many directions. It could be one person, it could be several people, but they're pulling us in different directions. Like I've talked about channels, not just a TV or a YouTube channel, but what kind of channel are you tuning into? Do you want to study, or do you want to laugh, or what? And in that very regard, people being tuned into the wrong channel, pulling us that way and that way to different channels of energies, can have us spread too thin, which will keep us in a lot of those states and states of being, as was mentioned there. Um, that solitude comes to be pretty beneficial. And I was mentioning earlier how with the Divine Father and you know what? You know what? Oh man, I got the perfect thing. Steven, I know I've put it in before, and if you want to or not, but I'm gonna put it in again. But If you want to make, if you really want to flip that script, if that if that was your life and you want to move forward, I I got something for you. Shoot me an email. Let me know it's Steven, whatnot. Let me know I did the reading for you, whatever, and I'll send you the information. It's a page long. I'll even read it if you'd like here on the live. But essentially, you if you agree with the words, I recommend you look over the words, see that they're okay and kosher, which to me they're very loving and beautiful, and then you read them. You read it out loud, and it'll make a truly divine connection in a beautiful way. Nothing bad, nothing bad. And if you don't like the connection, you just don't nourish it. If you nourish it, the connection grows stronger. If you don't nourish it, the connection dies. It's not that's as real as it is. And the connection truly is with your own, anyways, with your own energies. But it's an activation. It's like a chakra level activation. And when I did it, it put me on the path that I'm on, and it's exactly what will literally help you separate from whatever toxic environment or make whatever appropriate changes. And when I say that, like make changes or stop being around a negative environment, the way the Divine Mother works is that she literally just removes the obstacle. There's no harm. There's no like wrong done. Nobody's like, there's no like cursing going on. But your path becomes protected. Your path becomes like, your path is cleared. Like your path is yours. You get to walk your path rather than stumble upon. Like no obstacles get to be on your path, in your way. And anyways, as I was explaining a bunch of other things, and I was gonna not ramble on, but ramble on. That popped into my noggin, and I've shared it with other people. They read it, they made the connection, and their life literally changed for the better, just like that. And so I had a lot of people, they they that I really connect with, and do connect with the Divine Mother. They'll hang out with me for a bit, and then once they make that connection, they don't need to come back. They don't need to come ask me questions. They're on their own journey in the most beautiful of ways, too. I've had people come back to me and they're like, bro, I've wanted to come back and hang out, but I've been busy. I've been taking care of this and taking care of that and conquering this and conquering that. Good things, good things. Yeah, Forsaken, that's for real. Actually, Forsaken, I was, after it had happened and all that stuff with the light and stuff, like I know that flash of light happened a couple of times at least, and I was like, man, I want to scroll back and find it and find the clip in the video, but I was like, there is no way I'm scrolling through 5 hours of video to freaking find a flash, a freaking, of a moment. But uh, I'll tell you what I really need to do, what I've been wanting to do. Stop talking, but none of that matters. Anyways, Stephen, I was going to go on and talk about a bunch of different things and how to do this and how to do that, but truly, it's a connection with the Divine Mother that we wind up making, and it's peace that comes in, and only during a state of peace and calm within the mind and the heart can decisions be made in which the body walks a path that's smooth. When we're constantly got something coming at us, it's like we never have time to heal. We never have times to gather ourselves. We never have time to really put things all back together and figure out exactly what's going on. And so people literally keep us weak. It's like they knock us down and they keep stepping on us every single day so that we can't stand up and get on our own 2 feet. And the Divine Mother, if you do email me, what I have to sing to you is a connection with the Divine Mother, and it's powerful. It's powerful. That's all I have to say. It's powerful and the most. It gave me the peace. The moment I finished reading it the first time, I mean, I had prayed. I had done everything. I'm not. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. You've been listening. You know, I'm open to many faiths and all the courses and whatnot. Um, but when I got done reading the last word, in a moment in my life when it was hell, pure hell, inside and out, peace overwhelmed my mind and my heart, and I couldn't think of my problems. And in a continued state of peace and calm, shit, I was able to make a plan to get the fuck out of Dodge and follow through with that plan. Suwushi, oh, I can't believe I missed paranormal activity of real life. Ha. That's like things happen, and they just, to the observer, they may catch it, and to the one who does not, whoops. uh, but the replay's there. The replay's there on the, was it yesterday, or I think it was the day before, if I'm not mistaken. I might, yes, no, yeah, yesterday I changed my setup. Yesterday, things weren't falling. It was the day before, so it was, I think that would be video 74, because I think we have 75 up. So, Charger asked why your questions were getting deleted. There are some keywords um, that I've completely omitted from even going into the chat log whatsoever because just not positive, consistent things that were not positive. So I wound up, so might want to choose a couple of key words to be different. Those questions should pop through. What's up, GT7? That's the idea, wizard. Konnichiwa, indeed. I was looking back if Charger's questions got in there. Um, Father Time says, never get to follow my path. Other paths always get in the way. When is it my turn? Good morning, Taco Bell. Is that supposed to be Taco Bell? I thought about that the other day and I was like, Taco Bell. Is that Taco Bell? be pretty swell or pretty awesome. You know what's interesting, Suwoosh? Okay, cool, Taco Bell. Oh man, I used to have a Taco Bell hat, but I lost it on my journey and it got replaced with a Burger King visor. It was a Taco Bell visor, and I had it, man. And anyways, I got a Burger King one now. But so what I do with my coffee is, like, generally speaking, like, I might have some left over or whatever the case, and I'll drink my coffee. But I have a gallon of water in the fridge, and so I started pouring some coffee into my water, and now, like, I've been doing it so much, it's almost like iced coffee, just straight up, just a gallon of it. I'm like, that's pretty nice. So the hots for the morning for talking consistently, and need something, kind of keeping that going. And but then later in the day, starts heating up, whatever the case. Boom! I got my cold coffee. And going back to Father Time. Okay, when is it your time to follow your path? No joke. I put my email in it before. I'm gonna put my email again in the chat log. Number one, yours is a 1-2. Your solution is a 1-2. You want it to be your time? Shoot me an email. Take my advice. Do it for, do it. And within 6 months, it's not 6 months of activity you have to keep up with. But if you follow a particular course of this little 1-2, it'll be your time within 6 months. 6 months would be at the edge of it actually having fulfillment, but it will happen within 6 months' time. It will be your time. Number one, send me a email, and that connection with the Divine Mother is massively important. The second thing, if you have one, awesome. And if you don't, then you need to get it either a tarot or oracle deck. Normally, they're supposed to be gifted, the first one. But if you don't have one, go get one. It doesn't matter at this point, just go get one. Order it online, go to a store, go to a shop, whatever the case. They've got Egyptian, they've got Sumerian, they've got clowns, they've got everything, anything you could think of, time. See, I got this one, it's a Keymaster Tarot deck. So you could probably pop up a time, you literally probably type in Father Time Tarot deck, and I wouldn't be surprised if you found one. And get yourself a tarot deck, and then you start working it every single day. Every single day you start working that tarot deck, and what's going to wind up happening is, by connecting with the Divine Mother, is essentially you are bringing your feminine to the equivalent of your masculine. So you're literally bringing balance into your life. Like, think about two thrones within your own noggin. And lately, it's been like this. They've been out of sync. One's been subjected to the other. But by going over this bit, you literally bring those into harmony, into equality, into where they're balanced and stable together. So you're able to use your complete capabilities beyond you've ever used before. The activation opens up your whole system of operation. And straight up, it's not so much about a divine connection with another as it is about a activation within yourself, a connection and activation within and of yourself. And the tarot reading or an oracle, there's tarot decks and there's oracle systems. And so to get a deck, just start working with that on a, not practicing. You're working it. We're working it. We're working it. In the beginning, we don't when we're working, but we're working. We're not just practicing. And so as you continually do that each and every day, you're going to notice consistencies. Okay, they're going to be inconsistent types of things that are, like, not usually, that's not what you want going on in your day, but you're going to notice these regularities in their timing. the synchronicity, and that's your connection increasing. And as you connect, as your connection increases on a regular basis, and the divines and spirits and everything, all the invisible stuff around says, oh, he's learning how to talk with us. Well, let's put him on his journey. It's his time now. Literally. Literally. So that's funny. Forsaken King mentioning I didn't know you were supposed to be gifted at a tarot deck. Okay, so like the working with tarot or oracle or a system you could get, like an oracle system is the I Ching. I Ching is like, massively amazing stuff there. But there's so many options. The reason why is literally the tarot deck, the oracle system, the way they're training wheels. Okay, they explain to you the details of everyday occurrences, and it helps us self-reflect, so that essentially by doing yourself readings, by doing readings for yourself every single day, not for other people but for oneself, then we learn what this card means, then we learn what this card means. Now my brain, I'm looking at this card and I'm like, I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I look, but then I looked out, I'm like, well, at this point in my life, the world card, well, holy shit. Now, more than words, crikey. There's so much that comes up. The world card's huge. There's so much journey to it. My goodness, where do we start even talking? Ha! Things like that wind up happening. You wind up connecting with things beyond words. That's that's a oneness. That's like, isn't that a lover's relationship? You're in love with somebody and you don't talk, but you're feeling good and they're feeling good, and you kind of give the wink and they give the wink, and you give the smile and they give the smile, and kind of going back and forth, but there's no real words being spoken. Same shit. Same shit. Different medium, different aspect, of awareness, and by doing that, it's like getting our alphabets. Like once you got your training wheels and you're like, yep, okay, I know how to, like, I'm feeling the energy go this way, so I got to balance this way. Oh, we're learning how to ride our surfboard kind of thing. And then boom, and then afterwards, after this winds up happening enough, what the world wind up doing, what the divine and the world did to me was they say, okay, you've been working the cards so well, you developed that so much, you know how to talk to us on that level. Let us send you some people. They're going to be your tarot cards. They're going to be your oracle. Living people, not knowing or having any special gift. We're going to send them to you as a stranger. They're going to say some words, and you're going to have to understand how to follow those words as guidance. And I'm like, they didn't tell me that, but that's essentially what I experienced for a good long haul of time. Um, Though going back to Forsaken King's comment about I didn't know you were supposed to be gifted or be gifted at tarot, it's the regular working with it, the familiarity, how your mind remembers things, how you store information for your personal journey of life. the divines, the spirits, God, Father, Mother, they're gonna see and understand how you remember things, and they're gonna work with you accordingly to how your life is. And so, again, the tarot deck is more of like look like training wheels. Eventually, we're gonna take them off. We're not gonna need them in order to live life and move forward. We're gonna be able to feel this stuff, sense this stuff, explain it, talk about it, just be real with it. But it is a basis. It is a beginning aspect of actually working with the spirit, because we have something that is the cards themselves are the language, and the person becomes the active medium. If you're a medium receiving information from a consciousness not touched into this dimensional reality, then I call that telepathic communication. I don't know about you, but that's called telepathy to me. And like earlier, I pulled a couple cards. I forget for who it was for in the moment, but I caught a couple cards that was like, boom, boom. Both of them, they practically said the same thing from two different decks. So amazing. So amazing. And those kind of synchronicities are the omens. Those omens is the divine, ET, whatever you want to call is on the other side of the veil. This is them communicating back through these synchronicities, because man could not have manipulated the elements so that that card popped out while I was shuffling. That was not something electronically induced. That was fucking nature at its core. And what else is God or mother or father, whatever, but nature itself? Are not these their length? Aren't these not their voice, their body, their apparatus in which they communicate and commune with us? Do we not live inside of God? Guess people could see that differently. But for all that I interact with on a regular basis, these synchronicities are something truly divine. And only divine and divinity could make these synchronicities happen. By working with a tarot deck or an oracle system, you wind up learning how to tap into these synchronicities. You learn how to encourage them to happen more regularly and on, it happens more fluently. You become comfortable to this, because normally people go, oh, that's weird. Oh, they run away. Oh, that's scary. Oh, that's demonic. Oh, whatever. And I'm walking into an environment and I'm like, because it's familiar to me. I see these, what other people would call weird events or synchronicities, and I say, I'm on the right path. You on the right place. I'm in the right place. This is the right path. We in the right thing. Keep moving forward. And other people, they can get scared, they can run away, they can panic. Okay, this is learning how to communicate with the divine. Anything divine. Okay, you want to paint a picture of an angel or something, or you want to try to inscribe God or Divine Mother into a physical embodiment. I'm pretty sure that should be scary as fuck. And if you ain't ready, then your emotions are going to be like, bah! And that's going to make you act in a way that's not according to one's own nature. That whole fight or flight, that panic, that moment. So, really, to commune with the divine, it takes a familiarity of regular working with, not some practice of working with. And that's going to a tarot system, that's going to an oracle system, that's using even the I Ching is ultimately sticks or coins. You could do it with sticks, you could do it with coins, complete nature. You can throw down your lots and boom, 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 and that's going to be your reading, you know? And I said it once before, but I'll say it one more time before I move on. As one works on this relationship with the divine, with the spirit, with the divine mother, however you see it, as one works on this, being able to provide for your life, job, money, food, all that shit, you're gonna watch all of a sudden somehow bills are paid, somehow shit gets covered so that you didn't have to go out. You having more time did not equate into you just doing whatever the fuck you wanted. Yes, you get to do whatever the fuck you want, but at the same token, you were given this time. You were provided this freedom from needing the burden of making the money or worry about the bills so that you could put your head into the books, so that you could study your tarot, so that you could make connection with the divine and you could work on that relationship. If you abandon that course and you start pursuing what you want to, well, the divine, the spirit, God, the divine mother, they're not going to continue to pay for your fucking college. Essentially, that's what it is. It's just like I didn't name it today Invisible College, um, because I think I got my phone. I didn't start my phone up. I forgot to turn my phone on, so I might have been a minute late, but it was only seconds of at 5:01. I didn't save no time. I just went live. But this is a legitimate invisible college, and this is what I'm trying to tell people, trying to share with people the reality of it is that literally your living of life, bills, food, and all that shit. If you follow the divine, if you invest your time into it, if you actually build a relationship, then they will provide for your fucking life. They will set the way free. Like the rich man goes up to the dude and he's like, "How can I be like you?" And the dude's like, "Well, go sell all your shit and follow and give the money away and follow me." And the dude's like, "I can't do that." Because that's a huge rip. You can't just like, that's a destruction. That's too fast. The spirit is going to make it gradual so that you can do the next thing, so that it's not a huge tear. It's the divine father and the divine mother do not want to put you through trauma. They do not want to break you in order to teach you. They just want to nourish whatever it is you need to help you develop and grow and be who you are. They're going to prepare. This preparation shows insight. This preparation shows foreknowledge. That means that person's wise. I don't know much about cars. I had a car and I drove it for the first 2 or 3 years and I never changed a fucking oil. I took we went to take it to get an oil change. We drive it clear across town, 40 minutes plus back home. I said, I'm gonna check the dipstick. I pulled the dipstick out. I'm like, there's no fucking oil on the dipstick. I put it back in, I put it out. I said, there's no oil on the dipstick. Drove the car back to the guy and was like, yo, there's no oil in the car. And the dude said, that's what oil's supposed to look like. I was used to pulling the dipstick out and seeing black and be like, well, oil's black, so there it goes. You know, it has oil, good enough. I don't fucking know about cars, okay? So if I get in a vehicle and somebody's talking about the car and they're like, oh, that sounds making that, and that's this, and that's this, and they know what they're talking about, and they're like, I gotta fix this, and da da da. I'm happy. That person's knowledgeable. They're aware. They have preparation. They can see. They're paying attention to things. I wouldn't fucking know. I hear that stuff. I don't fucking know. Yeah, it's the brake, the wheel. I'm not a mechanic. That's not the way my brain. Not what I grew up with. I can be a great helper. I can grab the correct tools. You could be like, I need that Billy bumper thing right there, and I'll be like, boom, this one. You'd be like, great, yep, that's the one. Grand Rising Reptile Lover. Uh, Lilith Eve, if you're still here, I'll pull that card for you. I just saw you. I just saw the comment said, please do me a favor. Please pull one card for me because I've been feeling something magical and enlightening is about to come for me. Just let me know you're still here, Lilith, in the comments there. I'll be happy to pull that card. Yeah, got you. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom right quick. I'm gonna come back and shuffle, and I'm gonna pull a couple cards. We'll pull a couple cards. Now you said just one. I'll be right back. Like, give me a minute, Lilith. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, we're back. That was fast. That was fast. That's a very interesting name. Lilith Eve. Ha, you just put that together. That's interesting. I know Lilith. I knew this one person. They came up and they asked me about Lilith. And I never studied a page on Lilith before in my life. I never looked up a fucking single thing of information about her. And this dude asked me, and I went, and the dude goes, how the fuck? Yeah. And I was like, fucking, I lived with her. I lived with the very incarnation of her. I survived. Ain't much in the world can survive that. That's a lot of responsibility to bear, good to do. So much generational things that have been wrongly done in the past that we're correcting now. Man, you bring in Lilith and Eve together. What a unity. Bro, what, sis, what a unity. That's powerful. These two cards I drew for you. The first one is Queen of Wands. Which is powerful in purity. You feel free and untethered. You look at life openly, proudly, and consciously head on. Serenity and calm radiate from you. And the second card Now pay attention to the wording. The wording is important, but it's not a negative sway. So particular words will apply and other words will not apply. And I'll give a bit of explanation afterwards. But it was the Sphinx upside down, uh, which essentially is bringing up delays, apathy, resistance, stagnation, detachment, indecision, stalling, negative patterns, lethargic, apathetic, ineffectual friends, or ineffectual allies. So here's what I want to point out to is ineffectual allies, ineffectual friends, delays and resistance and stagnation and negative patterns that are stalling and creating indecision within yourself. Okay? Detach from that shit. Detach from that. Detachment was in there. Detach from all of that. However, there is a big message coming in that I'm feeling and sensing. The delay is the biggest word on the second card. The delay is not a bad thing. The delay is a good thing. The energy that you're resonating currently right now of that positive coming in, nourish that. Keep that flame. That energy, Lilith Eve, that is 7008. That is a flame of energy to keep radiating. That's the name of the game right now. That's the basketball. That's the fucking volleyball. That's it right there. It's not about an event actually occurring, but it's that radiating that energy. There are people that can feed off of it, and you have more than enough to share. You got more than you need. You already know that on the most positive of ways. Like myself, I got way more energy than I need. Please take all that you can. Let me learn how to craft it so it tastes good when you receive it. But it'll be a delay. But when the miracle shows up, it'll be like a firework, a star work. I found like the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, especially the Divine Father, loves surprises, loves to give surprises. And so if you're expecting something, it's hard to get surprised when it happens. So all of that kind of together in there for you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Super welcome, Lilith Eve. And yeah, Lilith was before Eve, man. Lilith was like, she's it's kind of a real fucked up story, really. I'd rather not go there. I was there, I think, yesterday. I was like, I mean, actually, there's an article that's actually published, and I should bring it up or something sometime, but there's an actual published article about me doing good deeds, and it references me by the name Set. That's from Code, but it mentions Angel of a particular city or something of that nature as the title. What I don't know, not the city, but whatever the case. It's just a little article, and and Set is chaos. Essentially, Set is like the devil. I mean, essentially bad guy for bad guy, and but it was an angel. It was about a story of an angel doing good deeds, helping people, like, and so it was literally like taking Lucifer or Satan and being like, look, he's doing good things now. That's a motherfucking redemption. That's a generational curse. Damn, that was a heavenly curse. Like, I don't know what you call that, but so when I see your name in like an understanding like Lilith to Eve and all, That's some, I don't know, you experiencing some real life, that I'll say that much. Yeah, Kirkby, the double card meeting. Yeah. I was reading back on there. I scrolled up on the comments to check that out for a bit. Yo, you know what, Father Time? Your comment that YouTube can teach you all that, so no excuses not to take care of your car. Agreed, Father Time. Most absolutely. I don't have a driver's license. Well, I don't drive anymore. I don't need to have it. I don't drive anymore. I'm legally blind in my left eye. I was having a car accident about once a year, and I look back, and no matter how safe I try to be, and then I was like, oh. So then I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna stop doing that altogether. But I agree with you. Yes. Like, I did not repeat the oil thing. I made sure to take care of it after that that one time. Okay, so I'm gonna mention this once. I'll say it once because you seem like an alright person, Wizard of the Wild. Don't ever pull cards for somebody else on my on my feed again. Don't do it. I'm tapped into shit, and you're gonna get wrong types of fucking readings. You ain't gonna get shit right. Um, I don't just yeah, just thanks. Are you still here, favorite Matt Mig? Matt, favorite Matt? And John. I saw that you asked that question there, what the channel is about. I'll get to that in a moment. I just want to make sure you're still here. Yeah. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. I come on every day, about 5 hours every day, and share. I've got a bunch of videos up on the channel and everything. Been doing this a while. It's been my life, and things went a bit viral uh, recently enough. Okay, cool. Okay. Um, okay, so essentially, what my channel is about is ultimately liberty. Um, I know people are in different parts of the world, different things are going on, whatever the case. Um, but for me and my mentality, people have fought and died in wars and battles of bloody sorts in the past so that I have liberty. I have liberty. And whether I exercise it or not is a whole different question. Being able to utilize one's liberty is powerful. It's world changing. For any one person to do it, it's world changing. And I somehow found through my journey of life and seeking of how to attain that liberty. You could call it spiritual, you could call it scientific, you could call it this. You literally, I've seen it properly explained and done in many formats, and I have my own format of sound vibration that I do. Sound bowls, gongs, stones, different things. Um, and everything I have to share is about how one can have more options in life, how they can approach life differently than what they have done with before. And when you approach life differently, you get different results. And those different results, oh, hey, wait, I could work with this rather than, damn, I'm back into a corner and all I got is what I fucking got. I just have to take it. And that's being backed into a corner in life without options. I found that's the hardest point in life for anybody to get to. That's when the worst of anybody comes out. And so, for what I've accomplished, what I've lived through, I'm in my 40s. People say I don't look like I, I am for my age and whatnot. I tried to buy. I went to. I didn't buy, but I went to get a Rockstar energy drink from the gas station like yesterday. One I don't go to, and freaking lady asked for my ID. She wanted to ID me for a fucking energy drink, and I'm like, it's an energy drink. I didn't say it, but I know why she wanted to look. The little spying bitch. She's a little spying bitch wanting information so she can do her own little magical shit. If a person has your fucking first and last name and they up to no good, they can hurt the shit the fucking piss out of you. Especially somebody who has a photographic memory. But chick chick. I don't know about you, but shit ain't so safe out there in the world. Not on a magical level. Hell, even all this fucking internet shit ain't all that fucking for somebody who knows what they're doing. I ain't stupid. But I choose to look like a clown because I'm gonna go like Halloween and play trick or treat. Guess what? The trick was that there was no treat. I'm just kidding. There's always a treat. Gotta make it sweet. But sharing information along those lines. People also they often ask, "Oh, what religion am I?" And this follows into the line of like what I'm about is that I say that to learn from all sources and belong to none of them. If I belong to one source, then I have to wear their colors and sing their tune, and I can't fucking talk anything else. Because if I talk about something else, then I get kicked out of the group for sharing too fucking much. So I'm gonna learn from them. I'm gonna learn from them. I'm gonna learn from them. I'm gonna learn from everybody and everything in the world. Because anything telling me that it's bad for me to learn it or hurtful me to learn it is a motherfucking lying piece of. They ain't no good. Anybody telling you not to learn about something is trying to keep you ignorant. Ignorant means you don't know. No knowledge. Zero knowledge thereof. If you have zero knowledge thereof, you're fucked. If you have some knowledge of it, you can work with it. You can work around it. You could speak about it. You could do fucking something. I see a spider, I kill that mug. I don't care. I'm gonna kill a spider. I already made a pack with spiders. If I see you, I'm gonna kill you. That's just the way it is. If you get too close to me, you wanted to ascend. That's the message I got, and I'm letting you know. I'm telling you all that. I did that a while ago. That's because I have not studied spiders. I don't know how fast they'll reproduce. I don't know if their venom's gonna fucking make my skin deteriorate. So I just killed the bitch. Just fucking did. Because I'm ignorant about spiders. But if I knew about spiders, oh, this one just keeps one and keeps to itself and just eats like bad stuff, like, oh, cool. You know, I'm not going to care so much, whatever. Oh, it doesn't hurt me, whatever. I'm outside, I don't care. Complete different reaction of being aware of something versus not being aware. So learn from all sources and don't belong to fucking one of them. Nope. Follow your heart. Follow your heart from the start. It's got a connection with your gut. Those two, if they ever speak up in unison, shit, don't matter what the mind's thinking. Follow the heart. If the heart and gut match up, fucking follow that shit. Because the mind's gonna say, "Oh, I don't know. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Well, this is Earth. It's not." The fucking heart and the gut is like your mind and your is mind, body, soul. So it'd be like body and soul, body, soul for heart, body for gut, and those two going to get the mind like we need to move in this direction, and being able to pay attention to oneself, being guided by oneself, knowing, hey, I can make good decisions. Why can I make good decisions? Because I made bad decisions in the past and I said, you know what, that's not a good idea to repeat that. I'm going to take a note and I'm not going to repeat that. So I can learn from my environment and make new choices every single day. I don't have to follow a stupid motherfucker. I can be my own leader. That's what this world's about. That's what life is about. The world at large is not about that. But that's what my world's about. And that's what I share. I share my world. and 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 dressing up, look, straight up. Straight up. Okay. I was in religion. I didn't get to celebrate the holidays and Halloween and all that, so I got to make up for it. My mom passed away, and her one regret was that I wasn't a kid enough. Okay, so mom's gone, and I'm not stuck in religion anymore. And so I start looking into Halloween, and I learned that the first night of Halloween, we dress up to scare away the evil spirits. I like that idea already. I don't like the idea of bad spirits, so let's scare away the bad ones. I like that idea, and we do that so that the next night we can hook up with our relatives that passed away and like share a meal and presents with them. Oh, so we scare away bad spirits and then we draw in our divine family spirits. And then the next night we draw in the saints. And then and on, I think there's about 4 or 5 days there. All parts of the world, different parts of the world, I should say, celebrating each one independently. So I said, oh, ah, let me scare away the spirits all year round. Why one day? I don't need a motherfucking holiday. I need to make up for not celebrating holidays and not being a kid when I was younger. So I got ground to cover. So I started fucking dressing up every single day. And then I found out, no shit, no bullshit, no bullshit. And then I found out that those bad spirits were very much connected to bad people. Because them bad people would stare at me and wait a second, they weren't staring at me anymore. I'd look over their way and they weren't looking at me. Hmm. Nice, cool people, they'd be like looking over from across the street or something, like wave or whatever, like, huh. I started noticing that bad people stopped coming around me because I dress up to scare away demons. So I scare away demons and bad humans. That's a twofer. Anything that's a twofer, I'm taking it. I'm going with a twofer. I don't like one-offs. One-offs, self-benefiting, self-serving. What the fuck good is that? That didn't do nothing. So twofers, threefers. Uh, Thanks on the nice mustache comment. I never thought I'd have a mustache like this ever. And it's been coming in and it's been growing, and I've just been like, I haven't got wax to like apply to it or anything, but oh, thanks. I appreciate it. And very welcome, John. Very welcome. Thanks, Stephen. Oh yeah, we should do some yeah. Johnny, are you here? Are you still here, Johnny? Johnny Cash. Ooh, hey, Johnny Cash 88. If you're here, put a comment. I'll pull a card for you. Uh, I kind of feel like I was supposed to pull a card for somebody and I didn't, but I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did. It was the Queen and it was the other one. We got that one. You are here. Okay, got you, bro. I'm scrolling through the comments. As soon as I get to the bottom here, real quick, I'll pull a couple cards for you. Sushi, I've gone out to get coffee. Oh boy, that's great. Let's see, Mr. Enigma 515 had a question. Well, I saw that he had a question, so I'm looking to see what the question is. Um, Tom Tabbing, what food do I eat? Well, that depends whether I got money to like get some healthy stuff or whether I'm making things last as long as I can. I prefer to be healthy, um, but shisha, anything but sardines. I don't know. I'm not, just not a fan of sardines. I just hasn't been my. I think it was the thing with Tom Hanks and the Burbs and the cracker and the sardine or something or whatever. It's just I don't know, but anything else, I'm pretty much okay with sushi, whatever, you know. Um, Logan Thompson said, "How can you lift a curse off of yourself? If you have a curse that's on you, uh, it'd be a lot more easier for me to just say some words and lift it off of you than to try to teach you." Um, but curses are like human made. Whereas what I work with is Divine Father and the Divine Mother, so like they're the originators of the magic and the fucking material everything. So the curse is null and void because it's like, this belongs to me. That's not what I wanted out of it. Here, let me form it. There, you got a new future. Okay, hold on. I see a couple people want readings. I saw another person. I'm gonna put a limit on it at some point, but I'll write some names down so that I don't lose track. First one was, hold on, I can remember the name, Johnny Cash. Knew it. Got you, bro. And then my mom loved that movie, so I love that movie. And I didn't know about the guy before, but interesting life. Got your Creek water. Thank you, Shady. Scrolling down, scrolling down. Okay, so I'm gonna put down. Let's see. Okay, got you. Hold on. Where's someone else? Shady, Shady 72. Okay, cool. And before I proceed on with these three readings, I do want to mention. Okay, so let's take the word curse out of the mix for a moment, and and as we do to kind of set that to the side, that event comes from somebody literally manifesting it, um, literally directionally, intentionally putting that kind of energy on somebody. Now, currently in the world, there is a wave of energy going around, and depending how much one is connected, and one may not know if they're super connected or not. Just legitimately, people are on their path and they don't realize they're on their path, on their journey in any regard. Um, but a few days ago, I started having things fall and drop. My phone fell and the screen freaking shattered. And now it is what it is. I try to stay a little bit further back from the screen. I've been trying to. But the camera's still good. Anyways, I had other things fall and drop. I was out yesterday and I saw a couple of vehicles trying to pull into the same driveway at the exact same time, one honking at the other. And I saw this, and what I saw was my things falling and crashing, but that vibration was not something I created or started. It just came into our atmosphere of the world of humanity, and and then I started seeing people going through that in the world, like, so there are going to be a few days, maybe even up to 7 days, of things falling or breaking or accidents happening. If you start noticing this happening within the next, from now to within the next week or so of your life, be chill, be calm, and be okay with whatever the fuck broke, with whatever the fuck went wrong. Because if that thing didn't break, something else bigger was going to. The small thing took a hit so that your life didn't get off track. That's what's going on. It's a balance of some energy coming. It's just passing. It's not. It's not anything long. Fucking. But that energy is rolling through literally as we speak. And I could explain more, but I want to do the card readings. We got three readings to do. Uh, I like that king. Boom, Kriegwater, right there. Like, this is tying into the readings. I believe like what I'm speaking is really connecting with these readings, but I'm gonna do these readings regardless. But like I gotta say, at Kriegwater said same for me yesterday. It was like something made me drop my stuff. Could you elaborate? Okay, boom. And then Shady ripples in reality. Um, and so I'll write the name down. Yeah, you know what? Right now I've got three names. I'll write Keith down. So that's four. And I like your idea for Forsaken Kings. Uh, but in my own modification, at least initially, I'll write down five names and then I'll do those five readings before I write any more or go further. So I'll take on five at max in queue, kind of a thing. Anyways, um, elaborating shortly. So I'm gonna do a short elaboration, then I'm gonna go use the bathroom super fast, and then I'm gonna come back and just start, and then go with 3 readings. Um, but in the things falling and the things breaking, so then for yourself, Krieg, on the energy side of things, so since that was happening for you yesterday, you're kind of you're that energy's hitting the masses, and you're kind of feeling that. Oh, you're experiencing that. Um, but it's going to continue to ripple to hit more and more. You're kind of like at the head, at the front of that wave, and this is what I wind up noticing on spirit. It's spiritual weather. There's spiritual weather that goes on in our world, and the spiritual weather is the current of energy that is within dark matter. It's dark energy that's within dark matter. We wind up getting it, feeling it, receiving it, and we transmute it into actions. Remember, we're resonators. All life is vibration. All of it's vibration. There's not a fucking word. It's vibrations. So then what we feel and translates into a structure that is that passes through everything. We experience this, and this is what happens, and this spiritual weather is very connected with a lot of other things out there. I picked on up on this, and this is what I've been paying attention to since years. For years it's been my focus, and there's not anybody else I've really had to, really kind of work on this with. However, I've seen the truth, I've put the things together, and I connect the dots. And so as I see it and as I hear it, boom, I'm going to call it. And that's the reality. I'll say this much before we start the readings and whatnot, before the next section. um, Allow the thing to break and be okay with it happened, because essentially something was going to break. It avoided something huger. When we're okay with that, we literally dispel, we negate carrying on a negative tunage from a accident, from a catastrophe. The implosion kind of happens, which could have caused us to ripple into a bad series of events in our life. But we said, you know what? That's okay. I'm going to keep flowing. And that's how we're able to be changed. Like, that's how we're able to be adaptable to our surroundings and not just be a consequence or an effect of something that happened around us. That's where we truly take our divinity into hand, our sovereignty, and being able to make a free will choice. Yes, that happened, but I don't have to respond the way that the natural reaction would be. I know how to do things. I know how to process it within. Anyways, bathroom, super fast, card readings for 4 individuals. Be right back. Super fast. that's fine. Okay, okay. Okay, we have Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash. Just let me know you're here again right quick. I'll be shuffling these cards for you right now. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Though that kind of spiritual weather that I was talking about earlier, like, this is why I don't follow the crowd, but I pay attention to what I experience and what others experience. And then I compare. I see the relation. And I follow the connections. Three cards. And I'm just going to mention, you want to come? You're coming. And I'm going to mention the readings are technically free, no charge. If you do enjoy them, if you do like them, if you are able to, I do have my GoFundMe connected on my main page. So if you click my face, go to my YouTube page, it has the literal link to my GoFundMe. If not, don't worry about it. I'll just leave that at that. Whoa, that's pretty amazing. Holy shystas. All right. That's pretty intriguing. We're good. Did it fall? It just slid. Okay, so the first is the Eight of Scarabs, which essentially is bringing out mastery, apprenticeship, trade, self-employment, reputation, expertise, hard work, job satisfaction, craftsmanship. The next card is Four of Ankhs. Which is essentially pointing towards contemplation, missed opportunities, disillusion, complacency, smugness, sense of security, adequacy. Okay, so that may have been a past, and you actually worked towards a mastery. You actually worked towards something. There was a time in your life, at one point, things were not going well. You started working, you started moving, you started changing things. By you following your path, this is your path, this is your journey, this is your discovery. Now, I find it amazing that the next two cards, wow, one is from a Rider-Waite Tarot deck, and the other one is from an Oracle deck, completely on its own with no relation. Look at the two cards that popped up. We did this early. Kirkby worked for him. Look at this. You see the scales and the balance? Justice. Scales of balance. What kind of fucking awesome duality is that kind of sauce? So, so your work, your efforts, whether people recognize this or not, for what you have done, I'm going to read this one because the words are unique in of themselves. I'm going to hold this card up as well because there's a lot of stuff to look at. It says, nothing weighs heavier than the invisible. Justice holds the white scales in her left hand. They are light, delicate, and inconspicuous, as if coming from another world. Both scales are balanced. Justice is concentrated in her task of bringing about balance at all times. Her look is serious. The fingers of her left hand, they hold the balance in fine adjustment. Her left bare leg balanced in a step forwards. Her right arm shows strength. Her hand militaristic with a long sword. Like an Amazonian, she is always ready to make a decisive cut, but only once the balance is correct and justice has been achieved. So I'm going to say that in life, you've taken your accounting of full responsibility. You've made clear decisions. You've decided to uphold justice, which is essentially a constant balance of life, regardless of what's really kind of going on. And so this is an awareness of constant adjustment in life. Life is constantly adjusting, and we're constantly in a state of, is this balancing? Oh, okay, we got that balanced out. Boom, cut that through with our sword, right? And let's look at the oracle side of scales of balance. I love this author's words. Every time I read them, they make me think I wrote them, but I'm like, I didn't write these. It just sounds. I love the words. But on the scales of balance in the next card, it brings out you're a tantrika, an initiate on the path of divine healing of the masculine and feminine, the two sacred polarities that are universal to human experience. As these energies come into mutual respect and balance, you attain great power, presence, and healing effect in the world of the soul and in the human world of forms here on this earth. You are supported in further exploring this path now under the auspicious and blessings of the Divine Mother. And so I see what you've been doing has been resonating much. You've been holding through your hard work. You've literally become one who is upholding justice, divine law and order, but you're doing it on a double fold event, which is like in my mind, in my sense of things, is like the two halves of the world, the entire world. Your power and your focus of what you've worked and attained through your life has allowed this connection that you have with the divine, and so the justice that you're able to emit, not necessarily from your hands themselves, but the energy that you vibrate at and what it allows to happen on this world is very vital. Um, and there's a huge portion of me that says you know more. You could explain with more detail how you know what I'm saying. Like you literally you're aware. Let me know if there's any questions or anything on that end before I move to the next reading, Johnny. And at the same token, let me know if you're still here, Creek Water. Just shoot a chat there. And then after Creek Water, there's Shady72 and Keek. I'm doing readings for. So just let me know you're there or whatnot. Cool, you're here. Wonderful, wonderful. Sweet Evie. One card. Okay, got you, bro. Okay, cool, Key. All right. I haven't seen a message or anything from Johnny. So if Johnny Cash does leave a response to that reading and I miss it, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and move on. And very welcome, Lilith, if you're still here, Lilith Eve 7008. I saw the comment here um, that you had last left. Oh yeah, it's up there. Okay, I'm going up. All right, Johnny. I saw that you put, yep, it's up there as far as your comment went. I looked up, and the last comment I saw that you put was still here. So just in case if there's another question or anything, or maybe I missed it or wasn't in the chat log, whatever the case. But I'm not ignoring you or anything like that. And I think it's all, if I'm not mistaken, that's all good there. Um, and so correct me if I'm wrong or put something back if I missed it. But I'm going to start shuffling the cards for. I saw Krieg, you say you just want one card. You're like, I just want one. Um, okay, cool, Johnny Cash. Appreciate it. Thanks for resending it. I'm gonna wait before I shuffle the cards for you, Krieg. Uh, thanks, Starboy Legacies. No, I do not plan on reincarnating on Earth again. No, this literally, like when I was younger, I was like, this is my last life. Before I knew about reincarnation or anything, I was like, I just felt like this was my last go. And Johnny Cash, I patiently waited for the message again. Apologize for making you type it in again. By chance, there could be a word mentioned. There's some words that I have that flag comments and that'll keep stuff from being mentioned entirely. So there might be a word or something that kept it out of the chat log or something. Just uh, spitballing, just in case. Oh, there we go. Gotcha. Okay, Johnny, I see that. Go back to that. So Johnny, in the beginning, so what we have here, I'll give it a bit of a different kind of a I'll give it a bit of a different reading, but the same cards, having that information in mind. I mentioned this before, but as a reader, like more information, I can explain more, I can share more, I can see more of the picture. Less explanation, well, I'm just going off the cards I read, and I'm just sharing what I got in front of me. Um, okay, so at the point you're like, at this current moment, it'd be more like the Four of Ankhs, which is contemplation, a little bit of disillusion, some complacency, and maybe missed opportunities being felt up in there. And so that could be a very the starting point of where you're at in the reading. The Eight of Scarabs is really putting forth a drive and a working effort. And so the fact that you're aware of how you've been feeling and what you've been up to, well, then all you need is an event to shake things up. This event you can do. You can choose to do something spontaneous, do something different out of schedule. I take the day off of work, play hooky, go to the movies, fucking play some skee ball, and go to the bowl, whatever. Do something out of the norm. By shaking up the schedule or habit or the day to day, we create a natural event for ourselves, and that event can help propel us. Check this. Okay. Here's where I'm going to go with this. So I mentioned to be the cause, or regardless of the cause, don't be the effect. You do what you're going to do. In our own day to day nature, we are very much naturally just with, we go through cause and effect quite regularly, and we're used to being the effect. Try to be the cause as much as we can, but usually we kind of wind up following the pattern of the effect. And becoming aware of that says, huh, I could create an event. It doesn't have to be bad. I could create an event which is going to create a ripple that I enjoy doing because I'm affected by things and I like to cause things. Let me cause something that's going to cause a positive ripple. And that can be reaching out to friends. Do you need a hand with something? Can I help you move something? Do you need help with anything? Whatever the case, taking care of yourself, doing something for yourself. Again, something out of the norm can really help shake that up. And what we're aiming towards is that Eight of Scarabs, is that hard work is to motivate us into a direction, to motivate us into a passion, to find a passion, to reignite an old passion, an old flame that we had, not with a person, but within our own being, our own flame, our own inner flame, to get that ignited. And in a big sense of the way, This is why the double scales of balance jumped out for you, is the importance of saying no. That's too much to this, or that doesn't equal that. Things need balance. Things need to be adjusted, doubly more. They need it needs your attention. That adjustment, that balance really needs your attention, your focus, and be like, ah, I really gotta fucking put the effort into that. I really gotta start working on that. That means no more dilly dallying around. Whose dreams am I creating? What motivates me to act every day? Is it to earn something for somebody else, or is it to build a memory for other people to experience? I take this lesson into everything that I do to some degree. And an olive tree does not produce olives until, like, I don't know, something like 80 years after it's been around. It takes into the entire lifetime of a human's life before the olive tree starts producing olives. Now, I don't know about you, but that requires people thinking about me and other people like me that love olives well before I was or we were alive. They planned they planned for us to still be here, to pass that down. They planted those trees before. They looked ahead for the future generation, and so that's something that really sits with me in my core, into what I'm going to be building and working towards every single day, and how much important that your ability to balance those scales, you have a naturally ability in that already, but the effect of your full light, of your full fire happening, can truly bring that out. All right, I'm gonna moving on to Krieg next. Krieg and then Keek. Krieg, let's pull a card for you. I was shuffling for you earlier. That information was for Johnny. Gotta water the trees over, over, over. You said you just wanted one card. I was gonna put two, but you're like, no, I just want one. So I was like, okay. It's like, okay, just one. Huh. Okay. We pulled up the Eight of Spades, Eight of Swords, which is perseverance. You do not understand the situation, and at the moment, it is not possible to understand it either. You stand in your own way. Accept that patience is required, and that understanding is not the order of the day. There was something that came up earlier, and it was on another reading, and it was talking about delays. But the way that I saw the card was that the delay was more of a positive thing. In this sense, and there's also like the spiritual weather, like I'm connecting things together with. And so in that sense, like understanding it's really not needed. It's probably why you only wanted one card. You're like, just push me in the correct direction. Something, I'm kind of teetering right there. And so really just patience, letting things unfold. And that's truly, that's a hard part and a reality aspect of faith and working with the divine, is that we can be able to uh, not rely on our own expertise, and we can allow things to be arranged and to naturally unfold and clear their paths before us. Kriegwater. Before I move on to you yourself, Keek. All right, I'll write your name down, Joseph. Um, Patience is not my strong suit. Yesterday, literally, I think it was yesterday or the day before. I do all that I can to be love. Okay. And in one of them good books, it says that love is patient. But one thing I discovered is love. It might be patient, but it ain't. It ain't forever enduring. And it was yesterday or the day before, but I'll say the words again. Fuck patience. Fuck it. But hear me out. Essentially, what that card is directing to is that understanding and action ain't gonna help your situation. You trying to do something is only gonna cause things to break. Damn. It's like being a giant inside of a little place, and if we fucking move, the whole earthquake, and we're going to destroy shit. Just gotta fucking hold tight for a little bit. So that can lead into two options for myself. Either one, I know one day I'm going to start moving. I'm going to start acting. I'm going to start whatever the case. This is not going to last forever. It's momentary. It might last for a week, a month, fucking 2, 3 months, but it's not going to be fucking forever. So in the meantime, fuck patience. I'm going to be planning. I'm going to be strategizing. I'm going to be formulating. So when I'm able to start, I'm going to be like a motherfucking car, top fuel car, fucking nitrous oxide. Wah! If you ever been to a drag strip, tires are like this big, and then when they take off, the tires are like this big. We're going to take off like a bat out of hell. And hell, I could wait for that. I could plan for that. Fuck yeah. It's gonna be a fucking spectacle. Shit. We're gonna have fireworks and everything. Star Wars. Second option. Second option. Okay. Sometimes like everything's already formulated, whatever, not understood. Can't do that. Maybe option one's not available. This is where option two is. I'm gonna find a video game. I'm gonna find a book. I'm gonna find this. And it's gonna be more than one video game or one thing. But I have a hobby. I have 10 different hobbies. Okay? This, that, this. And so I'm going to do this one. I'm going to get tired of it. I'm going to jump to this one. I'm going to get tired of it. I'm going to jump to that one. I'm going to get tired of it. I'm going to jump to that one. I'm going to finish that one. I'm going to go back to this one. I'm going to beat that one. I'm going to go back to that one. I'm going to keep myself working and moving and running and playing in my own category of my things that I like to enjoy. And I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to keep active. So I'm not sitting around doing nothing, just being patient. I'm actually entertaining myself, and my entertainment develops my character. My character can learn about Theodore Rex, can learn about Aristotle, can learn about fucking ancient Egyptians and shit people have no clue about, man. I can open doors and become aware of shit and be like, hey, you know what? I had plans for that thing, but I got a new way I can actually, let's implement that. Let's change some things. I can rework some things in a positive way because I have more options. So, in all that idleness or all that patience, we're fucking running on the fucking track. We're fucking full steam ahead. And that's how I'm able to work around uh, my patience. Because I'm a very productive person. I want to be productive. I want to be accomplishing something. I want to be moving forward with something. I do not want to stay still. Sometimes I have to. It's not going to last forever. Anyways, let's move next to Keek. I think we're on to Keek. I'm gonna pull an Oracle card for you, Keek. Yeah, yeah. Let's do it. That's pretty solid. Just that one. This one's for you, Keek. If you're, I'm pretty sure you're still here. But Keek, just give. Yep, you are. Boom, boom, cool, cool. Joseph, just one, just this one, and then we'll do one for you. And so this one that popped out is stay true and be in your power. You're a sovereign divine being with spiritual authority and freedom within you. You do not need permission from anyone to be who you are and live your life as you so choose. This is your divine birthright. Guard it as the precious treasure that is, and remember that you are a divine being. The flail and crook, often held by all Assad, are symbols of divine royalty and dominion. These symbols remind us that within we hold great dominion, spiritual authority, and freedom to be the sovereign ruler of our own self. This does not mean that we have to control life or others or even the environment around us, but it does give us complete and utter choice to become as spiritually awake, free, and self-determined as we wish to be, as well as providing us with complete choice as to what our values and actions will be this lifetime. There's no permission required from anyone apart from yourself to be and live your truth. There are many voices that will test you on the journey from illusory shackles of fear, loss, or abandonment that may hold you back or tempt you into giving your power away to others. So you shall awaken from the testing into the realization of spiritual independence within. And of course, there is some more spiritual authority than just recognizing that it lies within you. There are times when you want to act on it, guarded and protected, which means recognizing when others seek to exert influence over you for their own reasons, or when you're being manipulated out of your own authority, becoming blind to your own power of choice, and instead believing that things just are the way that they are and you cannot question or query. Sometimes during such challenges, to wield the crook and flail, to exert one's own spiritual authority, requires that you stand your ground and remain true to your knowing. This is not about achieving a certain outcome, or attempting to control something or someone, or even forcing things to be as you wish they could be. Standing your ground means always telling yourself the truth and not selling out or giving away something that has genuine spiritual truth and meaning for you. It is not about making another see things the same way. It is about honoring your own truth. And if your truth is wise enough to include compassion, then honoring the other, even when the other disagrees with you or seeks to harm you out of their own fear. You do not have to challenge another in order to honor your truths and your inner authority. And if you feel that another has to agree with you and da 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 da, and for your own authority to be intact, then it isn't genuine inner authority at all. The fact that you don't have to have the agreement of others in order to live an empowered life can be a liberating realization. And yet, there are times when life can feel like an assault against your truths, with many challenging you. For those souls who have come to master spiritual authority in this lifetime, there is a test to remain true without becoming dogmatic, to honor what you know is true without minimizing, judging, or dismissing the truths of another that are different to yours, but just as true for them. You have this power to create your own reality. You don't need permission from anyone else to do this. And really, this is something that I've really I've worked on for myself in many ways, and that standing in your truth, standing your ground, that's an emotional immovability. People can't emotionally disturb you. They poke at you and poke at you and poke at you, and then you're like, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm fucked. I am who I am. That's that. You're not gonna get the response you're. What do people do? They poke and they poke and they poke, and then we give an emotional response, and then they go, oh, you gotta control your emotions, play this whole fucking game on us, whole game. You poke me in the chest 20 times in a row, I'm coming back at you. You, you're not just gonna fucking get away with it. I'm sorry, I'm just a natural reaction. It's just gonna happen. Can't control myself. So no, you don't. People, no, I do not give them that freedom anymore. No, I don't give a fuck if they were innocent of mind or not. The action is guilty and harmful. Fuck it. It's nope. Sorry. Mm. And so I learned to uphold my own values, and people don't get a response back. They get no response. They wind up leaving that one alone. They either carry on in their bad, stubborn way with somebody else, or they actually do some self reflection. Our standing our ground, our holding resolute to our foundational morals, values, whatever those may be for yourself, that's what hopefully, the other person self reflects into. Says, damn. And then their life changes for the better. And this is how we create a better future rather than fighting, rather than conflict, but allowing the other person the time to do the mental and emotional searching so that they can do something different in regards to our future. If we act too soon, then we're going to ignite their instinctive reaction and they're going to punch back And what are we going to do? You don't get away with punching me. We're going to punch right back. What does that do? Repeat the past. So the best thing we can do is set the example, stand our ground. Hopefully they reflect and say, damn, I'm tired of punching this dude in the face. He ain't fucking flinched back at me. Maybe they stop punching people in the future. Maybe that just a whole cycle stops. It's what we're all about these days, is taking out generational curses. And that's what we've taken. We got to stop the generational curse of violence. That's our biggest task as humans in this world. Removing that fucking blotted stain from our reality. If it be so possible. Joseph, if you're still here, just let me know. We'll move on with you, Joseph. Krieg, if you have a question or comment or whatever the case, pop that in there. I'll comment back or whatnot, let you know. Or that one was for Keek. That one was for Keek. If you had any question or whatnot, Keek, let me know. Cool, you still here, Joseph. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful comments, Mimi. So you're the guy that I would be pretending to take pictures of a license plate as I drove by you. You're cool. Okay, let me do this one for Joseph. I'm not going to delay on that. Let me do that for Joseph. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. I'm going to do this one. All right. There's a couple of them. They were not like sticking on there. That's the one that popped up. So this one that we pulled up is the Chariot, and there's stuff I could mention on the Chariot just talking. I mean, oh my gosh, because I got it carved in my staff practically. But this is a Keymaster deck, and I really do enjoy the cards here. And this is the Chariot, bringing up the future. I just want to I just want to bring something to light here for you, Joseph. There's that old story that many of us have heard, said if you have two wolves, you know, which one are you going to feed? And it's a dark wolf and a light wolf, you good and a bad. If I got two wolves, I'm going to feed both of them. I'm going to feed them both. I'm not going to let either one starve. I got them both. I got to take care of them both. On the Chariot, they both draw that Chariot. The driver of the vehicle needs strength, concentration, and caution. What he has left lies behind him in a fiery light. It still occupies him and does not allow him to freely move forward. The star with its 8 rays and the blue ball in the middle lead him on to his goal, which lies in the future. His head has 3 faces, simultaneously orienting him forwards, to the left and to the right. His robe protects him, both armor and pomp, gold and blue. With his staff he unites the forces that pull forward, which could not be more different. The chariot starts moving with heavy wheels. The 2 wild animals follow with white ball in the shape of a diamond. A clear goal to success. A clear goal to success. It's what the Spirit has laid down for you. They're looking forwards and left and right. They're looking, they're observing. In the chariot, in this reading for yourself, Joseph, I'm being drawn towards presence. It's not character adjustment, it's not refinement, it's simply presence. You just need to be present. Who you are is going to come out. That needs to be present. Just who you are, you just need to be present. By being present, you in the room, you're going to shake up what needed to be shook up. Is it going to look pretty? Is it going to look crazy? Is it going to look safe? Is it going to look I don't know. But the ones looking out for you, Divine Father, your spirit guides, your spirit team, so forth, so on, how you see that, how you connect with them, they got you covered. They just need you present. They count on you being you all the time. That's why things work out to your advantage most of the time with relative ease. Because they know exactly what they can count on you being, and that's all it takes. That's your being is the staff that unites those forces. Let me know if you got any questions or anything. That one was for Joseph. That was for Joseph. I'm just looking back up on some comments in case I missed anything or anyone. I mean, I'm not going to catch everything, but did I do a reading for you, Shady, or did I skip you? Because I think I skipped you, but I remember writing your name down, but I don't remember saying your name for the reading, so I apologize, Shady. Let me know. I'll pull the card right now for you. My bad, if that was the case. Hope you have a blessed day as well, Yetis. Okay, I'm gonna pull a card for you, Shady. Before I look at any other comments or anything, I gotta pull a card for Shady. Because I totally, Shady was just too much in the shade. I wasn't seeing them, you know. I said I gotta feed all the wolves. If I got 2 wolves, I gotta feed them both. If there's a fucking bunch of, let's go ahead. We got wolves over here. We got sheep over there. We got cows over there. No, just... There's a purpose for everybody and everything. Oh, that's funny. Just gonna start dressing up all the wolves in the sheep's wool. And so then we're gonna trick the wolves into being sheep. So then they're not gonna eat meat anymore. And we'll just like make their grain really rich so that like they get what they need. And then like over several generations they'll stop eating like, you know, bloody and killing and be like, oh, I have this other food over here. It's cold during the winter, but I have this extra coat on. This is really nice. You guys are really cool over here. Strategy, military strategy when it comes down to economics and like complete dominance, actually conquering. There's a whole nother ball of wax. People just think about winning. I won this competition. I won that competition. We looking generations ahead. Generations ahead. We see what is. We know what was. We know what we want to create. And we know what it takes to make it last that long. In the most beautiful of ways. Beautiful, where everybody is clothed, housed, loved. Boom, we got it. Knight of Coins. Knight of Coins for Shady 72. Check this out. Keeper of the Shire. Only patience will bear fruit. Wait and guard your things so that they can flourish. It seems that you are standing still, but it is an important maturation process. Look, we've been talking about spiritual weather, okay? We've pulled from multiple decks for multiple people. And what do we keep getting? Patience. Stand still. Don't fucking act. Crap's going down on the world. Crash, crash, boom, boom. Stand still. Wait, wait, wait. Over and over and over today. This is reality. That's what I've seen. The energy will pass. When that energy passes, the divine worked everything. So this is what I see going on. This is what I see going on. Blood of the Lamb is over the fucking doors of everybody's house. And if you not part of that family, guess what? God just went and blew a tempest to create a lot of destruction of bad shit in the world. And right now it's like, yo, kiddos, chill out. Chill out. I can't explain everything. There's some bigger shit moving on. My kiddo's going to chill out at home. Everybody else is going to be trying to fight and win and do it. Those people, go on ahead. We're going to level the playing field a little bit. Balance, scales of balance coming back into order. That's what's going on in our absence of people's lively activity. Does that mean we're physically not present? No. It means that we are not participating in the storm of chaos. We can see there's a disturbance in the force, and we can be like, you know what? I'm not going to fuck with the force right now. I'll take a break. I'll play some video games. I'll chill out. Patience over and over and over. But I really got to go back to that one, Shady 72, Keeper of the Shire. Protecting the home, guarding the things that can flourish. That home, your temple, what can flourish, your thoughts, your ideas, your life, your entire life, in any circumstance, in any environment, not just one physical, that's what's going to last forever. And here's an interesting history and reality of the name Sheriff. Is a reeve would have been like the dude protecting the land, the Shire. So it'd be the Shire Reeve, the Reeve of the Shire. He protected the community. So Shire Reeve turned over the years into Sheriff. Pretty interesting. Ah. They're actually knights. But they might not have been knighted, but they're actually, like in my book, that makes him like knight. Boom, boom, Shady 772. Yeah, man. We're all equal in the same race, going to the same place. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. super welcome. Gen Xer, you've mentioned it a few times, and so yes, I'll go ahead. I'll pull a card for you. Um, very welcome, Justin. I wanted to say Brahmin, but that's not Brahmin. Just Justin. Brahim. Okay. Ibrahim. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Thank you. Um, thank you, Shady. I appreciate. Thank you for the donation, the heads up on the donation. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're today kind of doing readings and stuff. Donations are cool. Not a have to. My GoFundMe. If you go to my Cetra YouTube page, the link is there. I'll just leave that there. Um, Gen Xer, I'm coming back to you. I'm not forgetting about you, Gen Xer. Man, Funtime TV Corp. Wait a minute, aren't you the Wizard of Oz like 100 years ago? The Wizard of Oz that came on 100 years ago, the dude was like older than me, so I didn't like reverse age. Or did I? I'm coming back to you for that one card. Gen Xer. There was somebody that put up that they said my question's important or something. Maybe they didn't ask the question yet. Okay, cool. The personalio. We were all waiting for Fred. Oh, what day is it? It's Tuesday. I forget the days of the week. There's some days I'm like, anyways, I do it on purpose. Hold on. Let me write a couple names down. Gen Xer, I'm getting to you next. That's for sure. And then the person, personality Joe, personal Joe, the personal Joe. Gotcha. The personal Joe. I got you. I was like, the personality Joe. I was seeing an I where there was a J. Oh, you're too kind. Thank you, Keek. I very much appreciate that. Oh no, fun time corp. I was having fun. I enjoyed that comment. That was a good picking, brother. That was a good picking. Oh, gotcha. It's okay. Just talking about the exchange rate. It's totally cool. Um, time it, yeah, well, yeah. Time's not really real at all. That's real. It's well, the way I look at it, the way I personally have began looking at it is that this. I'm shuffling cards for you, Gen Xer. Um, due to where's it going? Time is a factor in the equation. It's just one digit out of the entire equation. It's a factor to be put in. It's not the end all be all. We can get future information to our past selves. What do I mean? I could share the whole experience out, but to be shorthand, there was a definitive experience I had that connected myself 20 years apart, 10 years apart, 10 years apart. And it would have only been me who sent that. It was only me who saw that. No one else did. Nobody else did. I saw it from the beginning to the end, but I saw the end in the beginning. And in the end, I sent that message back to let myself know it's going to be okay. You're going to get through it. And that entire fucking message was sent from my fucking future self. I could literally go out and give you every single detail and explanation of the experience. But time travel is, yeah, it's just another, time is just a factor in the equation, truly. Wow. Wow. So, for Gen Xers, like, I'm trying to find the purpose of my life. That was your question. And this card, which is the Nine of Hearts, comes out to discover your feelings and allow yourself to indulge in them. However, also be aware of where and with whom you are sharing them. Sounds like you've done all the technical data. Sounds like you've researched, learned, look into, try it out. Everything logistically logical that you possibly could. You achieved success where you achieved success, which I'm picking up on is just about damn near everything you tried, damn near everything you put your hand on. It's just really like me, like shit. I just fucking went at everything. What next? What next? What's my purpose? I can just do all this stuff. Following your feelings, discovering your feelings, following your emotions, connecting to joy of life, that discovering your heart and the expression thereof without needing to win something or achieve something or work towards something, but just that emotional connection, that reality, that truly is, that's a massive purpose of life right there. That's a journey all in of itself. And that's something that most people, they don't go on that journey because at first it looks very scary at the beginning. It looks dark or, dank or whatever the past or history was. Don't want to go through that. But just like anything else in life, we find out about it, we learn about it, we conquer it, and we move forward ever much more so, with more ability than we had before. And it's something I continually admonish people, like, don't follow anybody, don't follow me, follow your heart. Follow your heart. Live one vibrational energy. That's how you love. Live one vibrational energy. That's your love, that's your joy, that's who you are, that's your connection. Did somebody not like what I said? Did you not like the emotion I expressed? Well, that showed me you're judgmental, and ultimately you're going to suppress who I am in my own nature of being, which means you're blocking my purpose of life. Well, I'm not here to fight with you. So let me follow my purpose somewhere else to someone who's going to appreciate it. And that's boom boom. Let me know if you got a question or anything on that, Gen Xer. Very welcome. Very welcome. Okay, got. I think Personal Joe is the next person to do a reading for. I appreciate the chat going on um, in the chat log. That's cool. And that is a cool name. If you're still here, Fun Time Cop. That's cool. I like that. Okay, cool. Pretty sure you're still here, Personal Joe. I'm gonna go run off and use the bathroom super fast. Super fast. I'll be right back and we'll do a reading for you. Alright, I'm gonna do this reading and then I'll hit the gong. Tap the gong. That doesn't sound right. Strike the gong. I'm gonna make contact with the gong, that's for sure. This is for you, Personal Joe. You hear personal, Joe? Remind me, just let me know you're here for sure, for sure. I've started doing a reading for people in the past, not on a regular basis of any means, but they didn't realize I was doing the reading for them. So, okay, cool, cool, sweet. I'm just getting these ready here. There we go. Okay. So here we have teamwork, commitment, collaboration, effort, individual contributor, team, accomplishment, the three of scarabs. So coming together with others, having a collaboration, having a collective effort, a collective goal. That's a massive aspect of life right there. Now this is going to bring in inspiration, opportunity, good news, potential growth, talent, enthusiasm, urgency, obviously creation, willpower, self-starting, ambitious, and enterprising. So these two are going to come into complete unity, into a balance. The ability of the group and the individual comes together in a unified form. What this is going to do, and I'm seeing this three of scarabs here, almost like that may not be the physical people that show up, but that's your spirit team. You have some spiritual friends out there in the existence that are going to shine their light through to you. Okay, that collaboration is kicking, and this is going to allow you to essentially attain the reverse of Set, the reverse of what people call the devil card. And the reverse is actually detachment, freedom, revelation, independence, overcoming addiction. Creation is freaking mentioned. Freedom. What you can create and what you can develop alongside with others in a collaborative field is going to help other people be able to detach from their problems. It's going to give them freedom of life, revelations in their own mind and own sight. Whether that be past, future, present, past, present, future. I always seem to get things out of order, but I got them together in one way or another. Or whether that be something you work towards or something you're embodying now. very welcome to Personal Joe. All right. Follow your heart. So I start out doing tarot cards, right? I was a Jehovah's Witness for a long time, blah, 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 blah. Life takes its routes, and then I say, you know what? I'm going to try this whole, somebody gives me a tarot deck, and I'm cool with that. And I'm like, you know what? I continue doing that. I learn a thing or two. A relationship develops telepathic, not a physical relationship, some sort of thing, noticing some anomalous synchronicities. And I'm like, you know what, okay. So then I come across and I wind up getting, somebody gives me, okay, I didn't buy it, but they give me a pendulum. So then I have a pendulum, right? So essentially, this one's not tied off to a chain, but you'd hold it and like be like yes or no is up and down and left and yes is up and down and no is left and right. So whichever the pendulum swings, that's my answer. So I wind up starting out with tarot cards, get any kind of thing you want, and then you wind up moving to a literal talisman, a literal stone. So from tree, this is paper. It's a tree, however you want to cut it, to stone. And then after doing that long enough, I noticed that I was getting the wrong answers from my pendulum. Very clearly, wrong answers. Fucking off the tip of the top, like ain't coming in clear. I do channeling and clearing. I clear it all out. I do everything I need to, and shit, it's a 50-50 chance. Who knows if I'm going to get a solid answer or not? What the hell's going on? It wasn't anything wrong I was doing. It's part of the progress, part of the journey. So, literally, what started happening is I started working with visuals inside of my mind. And essentially, I did my yes or no as a green or red flash within my mind. So I moved from card tarot to talisman medium to my own mind, not needing anything. So now there's certain moments when my body will go into a certain gesture. I'll be thinking a thought, and my body will naturally be like that or be like that. It'll gesture yes or no, and I'm like, I didn't freaking do the body gesture. Like, I complied with it. My body wasn't like possessed, but I was inclined and I moved in that direction. So to me, that's a synchronicity of a chord. And when the synchronicity of mind, body, and heart, like mind, body, and soul, are in unison, well, then who am I to say no? I'm the one who should say yes when I see that unison. When should I say no? I should say no when I see discord, when I see disunity, when I see fragmentation. That's when I know I'm not on stable ground. That's when I know, hey, let me be patient. Let me chill out. But we need things externally from our body to help us realize what we can actually do naturally. I've been looking for this bell for the past 3 days. I see it. I see the bell. And I like, there it is. And then I go thinking about the bell and I'm like, I want to get my bell. Where's my bell at? And then I go over to the spot where I know the bell is. I've been doing this for 3 days. And I start looking for the bell and I'm like, fuck, where's the bell? I don't see it anywhere. Well, I did it today for the third time. Oh, there's the other thing I've been looking for. Couldn't find that for a while. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I just look over, saw my bell, and I said, holy shit. I'm going to put that right next to the other bell. I know where it is now. But this is why, with those explanations from card to stone to within, trusting oneself, trust your heart, follow yourself. If you follow yourself, if you see synchronicity, when you see synchronicities, when you know yourself and what you're going to be impulsed to, what you know feels natural versus what feels forced, controlled, ultimately unnatural. When you can distinguish these kind of things on a regular basis because you know yourself, the whole world is opened up. The whole future, there's not a path you cannot travel and walk out alive. Like you're gonna walk anywhere, and it don't matter how perilous it is, you're gonna walk out alive because you realize something. You realize something. There's a truth in an old story. Without going into detail or anything, you already know the story. One divine being says to that divine being, well, that man's life is in question, their faith is in question. And one says, well, you can't take their life. You could do anything else. And the other one goes, oh, yeah. And the other one goes, yeah. And the other one goes, okay. So no matter what befalls the individual, life is guaranteed. And when you learn how to listen with senses that other people can't perceive out of, you can walk in an environment in which they thought they could hide from you, which was their lies, hence deception. That deceit told you everything you needed to know about their character. They do not have a solid foundation nor stable mind of moral character. That is not a channel I will tune into. I will live my life. They can live theirs. You gotta change Forsaken Kings. You gotta change the D to an A. Everybody, it's not a disability, it's an ability. A. Go with A. A is the way to victory. A. Ability. Ability. ADHA. Of hyper ability. Ability at the end. That I'll agree to. Otherwise, I don't agree to it. I do not consent. Very welcome, Personal Joe. Thank you very much for donating. I appreciate that. Uh, so you were mentioning, Evie was mentioning, and very welcome. Well, that's for y'all more so. You said Evie put etc. The thing you mentioned earlier about what you're embodying and how it can help others with problems. Don't know if I heard correctly. I was a little bit confused about it. Um, and as far as it, like literally like it is like XBid. Uh, uh, so I don't recall exactly what I was saying earlier as far as that, as far as what you were mentioning, Evie, on that regard. Though, like what I embody is oh my god, it's changing consistently. But always is has a solid foundation. So is um I'm trying to connect with what I was talking about, with what you heard me saying. Oh, it was part of someone's reading. Gotcha. Okay. The last reading. Oh, okay. So that one would have been on the, if I'm not mistaken. I can remember the cards. I can't remember the people. I could probably match it up if I tried. But one was towards discovering your feelings and allowing yourself to indulge in them. Um, and I had went from connecting with those feelings and living that out versus being restricted by other people's kinds of things. But I'm just gonna let that one go because I'm trying to remember stuff, and whatever's not coming is coming. So I'm gonna stop trying. If it comes, it comes. Yeah, that would have been along those lines of living according to what one is drawn towards. Um, But where my mind does go to is the fact of moving from tarot cards to a pendulum to being able to do this stuff and know it within thyself, of being able to use mediums outside of the body in order to understand the Bible, the body, observing the cycles of life by pulling the cards and becoming aware of the information. The information is connected to our emotions. Our emotions can fluctuate, but if we choose to live one vibrational energy, then regardless of what our emotion might be going through, we decide to emulate and to produce who we are and what we value, what our energy is. And I know, like for me, I'm a happy person. I'm naturally happy. I'm not an angry person. I don't care about getting even and all that crap. I just want to be done with the situation and move on with my life, which is getting back to me being happy. And so when I live my vibrational energy, if I feel that being pulled off, well then I know to bring that right back. I know what my energy is, and I'm aware that it's being pulled off. By knowing my own energy, that's where I can follow the impulses of my body, the intuitive impulses, not the instinctive impulses, but the intuitive impulses. When I sense in my environment something is off or something needs to be, I need to get out or whatever the circumstance. This type of attunement allows us to truly be an anchor in this reality for the divine to connect with, because divine sight can see much wider, much broader, just as in a quantum reality where two particles are connected. One of those particles they can see up close, but if they pull their view back to try to see the whole picture, it gets blurry. And the other one that's on the outside, if they try to look up close, it's all blurry. But when they pull back, they can see the whole picture very clearly. And so these two particles, these two conscious particles, can actually see and work with their environment by communicating together. And I believe that's what we're experiencing on this whole anomalous side of things, where we go, that's weird, that's interesting, did you notice that, did you, because we're trying to verify our own reality. And for me, divine connection, man, they verify that reality regularly, so that you know things are happening. Can anybody else see it? Can anybody else confirm it? Nope. No. Sometimes it gets to that point, kind of like them flashes of light that happened the other day. Have a great sleep, Forsaken King. Most definitely. So, Keek had asked, are dreams connected to quantum reality? And people ask a lot of questions as far as dreams go. And one thing I've understood about dreams throughout my life is that they're memories. They're memories. For many years, I was very, I was, I never had, I don't have nightmares, I have dreams. They were never bad to me, no matter how bad they might have seemed. They were not bad to me. They were not like nightmares or anything. Because to me, I was like, they're happening in another reality, in another body, in another life. They don't happen to me over here. If it happened in a dream reality, I don't got to be afraid about it in this reality. That's what I found out for years. That's how I experienced it. If I happened there, it didn't happen here. So I didn't care. Um, the state of belief, though, is a powerful thing to be able to believe these things and be able to live one's life on a regular day-to-day basis without being lost. This takes this takes some mental fortitude so that one does not get truly disillusioned in this world and life as it truly is. Kirkby, take care, Paul Welsh. Um, I don't necessarily do I Ching readings. I work a different oracle system, which is the Metuneter. Um, I have worked the I Ching system in my own way. Um, but I do know somebody who does work the I Ching system, and they're here. Well, not in the house, but on the chat, on the live. Oh, excuse me. Um, I'm um I'm good on readings for the day, and like I'm happy to do readings for people. I don't do readings for myself on the natural, on the normal. I did one for myself yesterday, as people had been asking for it for several times. I explained this information because I did a reading for you, Kirby. I think, right? Pretty sure did one for you today. And the reason why I don't do readings for myself is because essentially, once I know the information, I have to work it. I have to work what I know into action and into reality. And that's going to take days or weeks or however long it takes. But when I actually work it, then my life is going to take a step forward. And that's when I'm going to work with what I know. And when I get to a point where I'm not aware, then okay, I need to go to more cards, more understanding. And so like back to back readings for the same person in a day is not something I natural to do, or back to back readings. So like for the same person day after day after day, because generally speaking, I'm not running into individuals who are making those kind of life changing adjustments in that short of time frame. I mean, I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but that's a rare circumstance in a bond being really kind of developed. Kirk B. That's exactly why I won't pull the cards again. And yeah, the twofers. I mean, there you go, right there. I mean, justice, divine law and order, Mahat, Maat. That's the whole thing right there. Um, I put my email in often. You can send me email. I'll let me know. Let me know, and I'll send you a book, the Matuneta. We're processing that information. That's on you. I mean that you'll keep getting the same cards. This is no small feat of your next leg of your journey. And people who just keep asking questions. I've seen this pattern in myself when I was way younger, and I quickly grew out of it and saw the pattern in others. And asking a question just to see if you get a different answer when you've already got back to back pop pop is you're just going to stay in a state of limbo, in quandary. Action is required. That action is processing, accepting. That's the the question mark to fill is study, intense study, and that's part of life's journey. Very welcome, GT7. Homie. All right, cool, cool. Thank you, thank you. This is The Alchemist from we started reading yesterday. It's part two. We got up to part two yesterday. All right. The boy had been working for the crystal merchant for almost a month, and he could see that it wasn't exactly the kind of job that would make him happy. The merchant spent the entire day mumbling behind the counter, telling the boy to be careful with the pieces and not to break anything. But he stayed with the job because the merchant, although he was an old grouch, treated him fairly. The boy received a good commission for each piece he sold. He had already been able to put some money aside. That morning he had done some calculating. If he continued to work every day as he had been, he would need a whole year to be able to buy some sheep. I'd like to build a display case for the crystal, the boy said to the merchant. We could place it outside and attract those people who pass at the bottom of the hill. I've never had one before, the merchant answered. People will pass by and bump into it, and pieces will be broken. Well, when I took my sheep through the fields, some of them might have died if we had come upon a snake. But that's the way life is with sheep and with shepherds. The merchant turned to a customer who wanted three crystal glasses. He was selling better than ever, as if time had turned back to the old days when the street had been one of Tangier's major attractions. Business has really improved, he said to the boy after the customer had left. I'm doing much better, and soon you'll be able to return to your sheep. Why ask more out of life? Because we have to respond to omens, the boy said, almost without meaning to. Then he regretted what he had said, because the merchant had never met the king. It's called the principle of favorability, beginner's luck, because life wants you to achieve your personal legend, the old king had said. But the merchant understood what the boy had said. The boy's very presence in the shop was an omen, and as time passed and money was pouring into the cash drawer, he had no regrets about having hired the boy. The boy was being paid more money than he deserved because the merchant, thinking that sales wouldn't amount to much, had offered the boy a high commission rate. He had assumed he would soon return to his sheep. Why did you want to get to the pyramids? He asked. To get away from the business of the display. Because I've always heard about them, the boy answered, saying nothing about his dream. The treasure was now nothing but a painful memory, and he tried to avoid thinking about it. I don't know anyone around here who would want to cross the desert just to see the pyramids, said the merchant. They're just a pile of stones. You could build one on your backyard. You've never had dreams of travel, said the boy, turning to wait on a customer who had entered the shop. 2 days later, the merchant spoke to the boy about the display. I don't much like change, he said. You and I are like Hassan, that rich merchant. If he makes a buying mistake, it doesn't affect him much, but we too have to live with our mistakes. Thought ruefully. Why did you think we should have the display? I want to get back to my sheep faster. We have to take advantage when luck is on our side and do as much as to help it as it's doing to help us. It's called the principle of favorability, or beginner's luck. The merchant was silent for a few moments. Then he said, the Prophet gave us the Quran and left us just 5 obligations to satisfy during our lives. The most important is to believe only in the one true God. The others are to pray 5 times a day, fast during Ramadan, and be charitable to the poor. He stopped there, his eyes filled with tears as he spoke of the Prophet. He was a devout man, and even with all his impatience, he wanted to live his life in accordance with Muslim law. What's the fifth obligation? The boy asked. 2 days ago you said that I had never dreamed of travel, the merchant answered. I'm the fifth obligation of every Muslim. The fifth obligation of every Muslim is a pilgrimage. we are obliged at once in our lives to visit the holy city of Mecca. Mecca is a lot farther away than the pyramids. When I was young, all I wanted to do was put together enough money to start this shop. I thought that someday I'd be rich and could go to Mecca. I began to make some money, but I could never bring myself to leave someone in charge of the shop. And the crystals are delicate things. At the same time, people were passing my shop all the time, heading for Mecca. Some of them were rich pilgrims, traveling in caravans and with servants and camels, but most of the people were making the pilgrimage were poorer than I. All who went there were happy at having done so, so they placed the symbols of the pilgrimage on the doors of their houses. One of them, a cobbler who made his living mending boots, said that he had traveled for almost a year through the desert, but that he got more tired when he had to walk through the streets of Tangier buying his leather. Well, why don't you go to Mecca now? Asked the boy. Because it's the thought of Mecca that keeps me alive. That's what helps me face these days that are all the same. These mute crystals on the shelves, and lunch and dinner at the same horrible cafe. I'm afraid that if my dream is realized, I'll have no reason to go on living. You dream about your sheep in the pyramids, but you're different from me because you want to realize your dreams. I just want to dream about Mecca. I've already imagined 1,000 times crossing the desert, arriving at the plaza of the sacred stone, and 7 times I walked around it before allowing myself to touch it. I've already imagined the people who would be at my side and those in front of me, and the conversations and the prayers you would share. But I'm afraid that it would be a disappointment, so I prefer just to dream about it. That day, the merchant gave the boy permission to build the display. Not everyone can see his dreams come true in the same way. 2 more months passed, and the shelf brought many customers into the crystal shop. The boy estimated that if he worked for 6 more months, he could return to Spain and buy 60 sheep, and yet another 60. In less than a year, he would have doubled his flock, and he would be able to do business with the Arabs, because he was now able to speak their strange language. Since that morning in the marketplace, he had never again made use of Urim and Thummim, because Egypt was now just as distant a dream for him as was Mecca for the merchant. Anyway, the boy had become happy in his work and thought all the time about the day when he would disembark at Tarifa as a winner. You must always know what it is that you want, the old king had said. The boy knew and was now working toward it. Maybe it was his treasure to have wound up in that strange land, met up with a thief, and double the size of his flock without spending a cent. He was proud of himself. He had learned some important things, like how to deal in crystal and about the language without words and about omens. One afternoon he had seen a man at the top of the hill complaining that it was impossible to find a decent place to get something to drink after such a climb. The boy, accustomed to recognizing omens, spoke to the merchant. Let's sell tea to the people who climb the hill. Lots of places sell tea around here, the merchant said. But we could sell tea in crystal glasses. The people will enjoy the tea and want to buy the glasses. I've been told that beauty is the great seducer of men. The merchant didn't respond, but that afternoon, after saying his prayers and closing the shop, he invited the boy to sit with him and share his hookah, the strange pipe used by the Arabs. What is it that you're looking for? Asked the old merchant. I have already told you. I need to buy my sheep back, so I have to earn the money to do so. The merchant put some new coals in the hookah and inhaled deeply. I've had this shop for 30 years. I know good crystal from bad and everything else there is to know about crystal. I know its dimensions and how it behaves. If we serve tea and crystal, the shop is going to expand, and then I'll have to charge my way of life, and then I'll have to change my way of life. Well, isn't that good? I'm already used to the way things are before you came. I was thinking about how much time I had wasted in the same place, while my friends had moved on, and either went bankrupt or did better than they had before. It made me very depressed, and now I can see that it hasn't been too bad. The shop is exactly the size I always wanted it to be. I don't want to change anything because I don't know how to deal with change. I'm used to the way that I am. The boy didn't know what to say. The old man continued, "You have been a real blessing to me. Today I understand something I didn't see before. Every blessing ignored becomes a curse. I don't want anything else in life, but you are forcing me to look at wealth and at horizons I've never known. Now that I've seen them, and now that I see how immense my possibilities are, I'm going to feel worse than I did before you arrived, because I know the things I should be able to accomplish, and I don't want to do so. It's good I refrained from saying anything to the baker in Tarifa," thought the boy to himself. They went on smoking the pipe for a while as the sun began to set. They were conversing in Arabic, and the boy was proud of himself for being able to do so. There had been a time when he thought that his sheep could teach him everything he needed to know about the world, but they could never have taught him Arabic. There are probably other things in the world that the sheep can't teach me, thought the boy as he regarded the old merchant. All they ever do really is look for food and water, and maybe it wasn't that they were teaching me, but that I was learning from them. Maktub, the merchant said finally. And what does that mean? You would have been born in Arab to understand, he answered. But in your language it would be something like, "It is written." And as he smothered the coals in the hookah, he told the boy that he could begin to sell tea in the crystal glasses. Sometimes there's just no way to hold back the river. The men climbed the hill and they were tired when they reached the top, but there they saw a crystal shop that offered refreshment tea. They went to drink the tea, which was served in beautiful crystal glasses. "My wife never thought of this," said one, and he bought some crystal. He was entertaining guests that night, and the guests would be impressed by the beauty of the glassware. And the other man remarked that tea was always more delicious when it was served in crystal, because the aroma was retained. The third said that it was a tradition in the Orient to use crystal glasses for tea because it had magical powers. Before long, the news spread, and a great many people began to climb the hill to see the shop that was doing something new in a trade that was so old. Other shops were open that served tea and crystal, but they weren't at the top of a hill, and they had little business. Eventually, the merchant had to hire two more employees. He began to import enormous quantities of tea along with his crystal, and his shop was sought out by men and women with a thirst for things new. And in that way the months passed. The boy awoke before dawn. It had been 11 months and 9 days since he had first set foot on the African continent. He dressed in his Arabian clothing of white linen, bought especially for this day. He put his headcloth in a place and secured it with a ring made of camel skin. Wearing his new sandals, he descended the stairs silently. The city was still sleeping. He prepared himself a sandwich and drank some hot tea from a crystal glass, and then he sat in the sun filled doorway smoking the hookah. He smoked in silence, thinking of nothing and listening to the sound of the wind that brought the scent of the desert. When he had finished his smoke, he reached into one of his pockets and sat there for a few moments, regarding what he had withdrawn. It was a bundle of money, enough to buy himself 120 sheep, a return ticket, and a license to import products from Africa into his own country. He waited patiently for the merchant to awaken and open the shop, and then the two went off to have some more tea. "I'm leaving today," said the boy. "I have the money I need to buy my sheep, and you have the money you need to go to Mecca." The old man said nothing. "Will you give me your blessing?" asked the boy. "You have helped me." The man continued to prepare his tea, saying nothing. Then he turned to the boy. "I'm proud of you," he said. "You brought a new feeling into my crystal shop, but you know that I'm not going to go to Mecca, just as you know that you're not going to buy your sheep." "Who told you that?" asked the boy, startled. "Maktub," said the old crystal merchant, and he gave the boy his blessing. The boy went to his room and packed his belongings. They filled 3 sacks. As he was leaving, he saw in the corner of the room his old shepherd's pouch. It was bunched up, and he had hardly thought of it for a long time. As he took his jacket out of the pouch, thinking to give it to someone in the street, the 2 stones fell to the floor, Orim and Thummim. It made the boy think of the old king, and it startled him to realize how long it had been since he had thought of him. For nearly a year he had been working incessantly, thinking only to putting aside enough money so as that he could return to Spain with pride. "Never stop dreaming," the old king had said. "Follow the omens." The boy picked up Orim and Thummim and once again had the strange sensation that the old king was nearby. He had worked hard for a year, and the omens were that it was time to go. "I'm going to go back to doing just what I did before," the boy thought, "even though the sheep didn't teach me to speak Arabic." But the sheep had taught him something even more important, that there was a language in the world that everyone understood, a language the boy had used throughout the time that he was trying to improve things at the shop. It was a language of enthusiasm, of things accomplished, with love and purpose, and as part of the search for something believed in and desired. Tangier was no longer a strange city, and he felt that just as he had conquered this place, he could conquer the world. When you want something, all the universe conspires to help you achieve it, the old king had said. But the old king hadn't said anything about being robbed, or about endless deserts, or about people who know what their dreams are but don't want to realize them. The old king hadn't told him that the pyramids were just a pile of stones, or that anyone could build one in his backyard. And he had forgotten to mention that when you have enough money to buy a flock larger than the one you had before, you should buy it. The boy picked up his pouch and put it to his other things. He went down the stairs and found the merchant waiting on a foreign couple, while 2 other customers walked about the shop, drinking tea from crystal glasses. It was more activity than usual for this time of the morning. From where he stood, he saw for the first time that the old merchant's hair was very much like the hair of the old king. He remembered the smile of the candy seller on the first day in Tangier, when he had nothing to eat and nowhere to go. That smile had also been like the old king's smile. "It's almost as if he had been here and left his mark," he thought, "and yet none of these people has ever met the old king." On the other hand, he said that he always appeared to help those who are trying to realize their personal legend. He left without saying goodbye to the crystal merchant. He didn't want to cry with the other people there. He was going to miss the place and all the good things he had learned. He was more confident in himself, though, and felt as though he could conquer the world. "But I'm going back to the fields that I know, to take care of my flock again." He said that to himself with certainty, but he was no longer happy with his decision. He had worked for an entire year to make a dream come true, and that dream, minute by minute, was becoming less important. Maybe because that wasn't really his dream. Who knows? Maybe it's better to be like the crystal merchant, never go to Mecca, and just go through life wanting to do so, he thought, again trying to convince himself. But as he held Orim and Thummim in his hand, they had transmitted to him the strength and will of the old king. By coincidence, or maybe it was an omen, the boy thought, he came to the bar he had entered on the first day there. The thief wasn't there, and the owner brought him a cup of tea. "I can always go back to being a shepherd," the boy thought. "I learned how to care for sheep, and I haven't forgotten how that's done. But maybe I'll never have another chance to get to the pyramids in Egypt. The old man wore a breastplate of gold, and he knew about my past. He really was a king, a wise king." The hills of Andalusia were only 2 hours away, but there was an entire desert between him and the pyramids. Yet the boy felt that there was another way to regard his situation. He was actually 2 hours closer to his treasure. The fact that the 2 hours had stretched into an entire year didn't matter. I know why I want to go back to my flock, he thought. I understand sheep. They're no longer a problem and they can be good friends. On the other hand, I don't know if the desert can be a friend, and it's in the desert that I have to search for my treasure. If I don't find it, I can always go home. I finally have enough money and all the time I need. Why not? He suddenly felt tremendously happy. He could always go back to being a shepherd. He could always become a crystal salesman again. Maybe the world had other hidden treasures, but he had a dream, and he had met with a king. That doesn't happen to just anyone. He was planning as he left the bar. He had remembered that one of the crystal merchant's suppliers transported his crystal by means of caravans that crossed the desert. He held Urim and Thummim in his hand because of those two stones. He was once again on his way to his treasure. I'm always nearby when someone wants to realize their personal legend, the old king had told him. What could it cost to go over to the supplier's warehouse and find out if the pyramids were really that far away? The Englishman was sitting on a bench in a structure that smelled of animals, sweat, and dust. It was part warehouse, part corral. I never thought I'd end up in a place like this, he thought, as he leafed through the pages of a chemical journal. 10 years at the university, and here I am in a corral. But he had to move on. He believed in omens. All his life and all his studies were aimed at finding the one true language of the universe. First, he had studied Esperanto, then the world's religions, and now it was alchemy. He knew how to express Esperanto. He understood all the major religions well, but he wasn't yet an alchemist. He had unraveled the truths behind important questions, but his studies had taken him to a point beyond which he could not seem to go. He had tried in vain to establish a relationship with an alchemist, but the alchemists were strange people who thought only about themselves and almost always refused to help him. Who knows, maybe they had failed to discover the secret of the master work, the philosopher's stone, and for this reason kept their knowledge to themselves. He had already spent much of the fortune left to him by his father, fruitlessly seeking the philosopher's stone. He had spent enormous amounts of time at the great libraries of the world and had purchased all the rarest and most important volumes on alchemy. In one he had read that many years ago a famous Arabian alchemist had visited Europe. It was said that he was more than 200 years old and that he had discovered the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. The Englishman had been profoundly impressed by the story, but he would never have thought it more than just a myth, had not a friend of his, returning from the archaeological expedition in the desert, told him about an Arab that was possessed of exceptional powers. He lives at the Al Fayoum Oasis, his friend had said, and people say that he is 200 years old and is able to transform any metal into gold. The Englishman could not contain his excitement. He canceled all his commitments and pulled together the most important of his books. And now here he was sitting inside a dusty, smelly warehouse outside a huge caravan, was being prepared for a crossing of the Sahara, and was scheduled to pass through Al Fayoum. I'm going to find that damned alchemist, the Englishman thought, and the odor of the animals became a bit more tolerable. A young Arab, also loaded down with baggage, entered and greeted the Englishman. Where are you bound? Asked the Arab. I'm going into the desert, the man answered, turning back to his reading. He didn't want any conversation at this point. What he needed to do was review all that he had learned over the years, because the alchemist would certainly put him to the test. The young Arab took out a book and began to read. The book was written in Spanish. That's good, thought the Englishman. He spoke Spanish better than Arabic. And if this boy was going to Al Fayoum, there would be someone to talk to when there were no other important things to do. That's strange, said the boy as he tried once again to read the burial scene that began the book. I've been trying for 2 years to read this book, and I never get past these first few pages. Even without a king to provide an interruption, he was unable to concentrate. He still had some doubts about the decision he had made, but he was able to understand one thing. Making a decision was only the beginning of things. When someone makes a decision, he is really diving into a strong current and will carry him to places he had never dreamed of when he first made the decision. When I decided to seek out my treasure, I never imagined that I'd wind up working in a crystal shop, he thought, and joining this caravan may have been my decision, but where it goes is going to be a mystery to me. Nearby was the Englishman, reading a book. He seemed unfriendly and had looked irritated when the boy had entered. They might even have become friends, but the Englishman closed off the conversation. The boy closed his book. He felt that he didn't want to do anything that might make him look like the Englishman. He took Orim and Thummim from his pocket and began playing with them. The stranger shouted, Orim and Thummim! In a flash, the boy put them back in his pocket. They're not for sale, he said. They're not worth much, the Englishman answered. They're only made of rock crystal, and there are millions of rock crystals in the earth. But those who know about such things would know that those are Urim and Thummim. I didn't know that they had them in this part of the world. They were given to me as a present by a king, the boy said. The stranger didn't answer. Instead, he put his hand in his pocket and took out his two stones that were the same as the boy's. Did you say a king? He asked. I guess you don't believe that a king would talk to someone like me as a shepherd, he said, wanting to end the conversation. Not at all. It was shepherds who were the first to recognize a king that the rest of the world refused to acknowledge. So it's not surprising that kings would talk to shepherds. And he went on, fearing that the boy wouldn't understand what he was talking about. It's in the Bible, the same book that taught me about Urim and Thummim. These stones were the only form of divination permitted by God. The priests carried them in a golden breastplate. The boy was suddenly happy to be there at the warehouse. Maybe this is an omen, said the Englishman, half aloud. Who told you about omens? The boy's interest was increasing by a moment. Everything in life is an omen, said the Englishman, now closing the journal he was reading. There is a universal language understood by everybody, but already forgotten. I am in search of that universal language among other things. That's why I'm here. I have to find a man who knows that universal language, an alchemist. The conversation was interrupted by the warehouse boss. You're in luck, you two, the fat Arab said. There's a caravan leaving today for Al Fayoum. But I'm going to Egypt, the boy said. Al Fayoum is in Egypt, said the Arab. What kind of Arab are you? That's a good luck omen, the Englishman said. After that Arab had gone out, if I could, I'd write a huge encyclopedia just about the words luck and coincidence. It's with those words that the universal language is written. He told the boy it was no coincidence that he had met him with Urim and Thummim in his hand, and he asked the boy if he too were in search of the alchemist. I'm looking for treasure, said the boy, and he immediately regretted having said it. But the Englishman appeared not to attach any importance to it. In a way, so am I, he said. I don't even know what alchemy is, the boy was saying when the warehouse boss called to them to come outside. I'm the leader of the caravan, said a dark-eyed, bearded man. I hold the power of life and death for every person I take with me. The desert is a capricious lady, and sometimes she drives men crazy. There were almost 200 people gathered there, and 400 animals, camels, horses, mules, and fowl. In the crowd were women, children, and a number of men with swords at their belts and rifles slung on their shoulders. The Englishman had several suitcases filled with books. There was a babble of noise, and the leader had to repeat himself several times for everyone to understand what he was saying. There's a lot of different people here, and each has his own God. But the only God I serve is Allah, and in His name I swear that I will do everything possible once again to win out over the desert. But I want each and every one of you to swear by God you believe in that you will follow my orders no matter what. In the desert, disobedience means death. There was a murmur from the crowd. Each was swearing quietly to his or her own God. The boy swore to Jesus Christ. The Englishman said nothing, and the murmur lasted longer than a simple vow would have. The people were also praying to heaven for protection. A long note was sounded on a bugle, and everyone mounted up. The boy and the Englishman had both camels and climbed uncertainly onto their backs. The boy felt sorry for the Englishman's camel, loaded down as he was with the cases of books. There's no such thing as coincidence, said the Englishman, picking up the conversation where it had been interrupted in the warehouse. I'm here because a friend of mine had an Arab who. But the caravan began to move, and it was impossible to hear what the Englishman was saying. The boy knew what he was about to describe, though the mysterious chain that links one thing to another, the same chain that had caused him to become a shepherd, that had caused his recurring dream, that had brought him to a city near Africa to find a king and to be robbed in order to meet a crystal merchant, and the closer one gets to realizing his personal legend, the more the personal legend becomes his true reason for being, thought the boy. The caravan moved toward the east. It traveled during the morning, halted when the sun was at its strongest, and resumed late in the afternoon. The boy spoke very little with the Englishman, who spent most of his time with books. The boy observed in silence the progress of the animals and people across the desert. Now everything was quite different from how it was the day they had set out. Then there had been confusion and shouting, the cries of children and the whining of animals, all mixed with the nervous orders of the guides and the merchants. But in the desert there was only the sound of the eternal wind and of the hoof beats of the animals. Even the guides spoke very little to one another. I've crossed these sands many times, said one of the camel drivers one night, but the desert is so huge and the horizon so distant that they make a person feel small and as if he should remain silent. The boy understood intuitively what he meant, even without ever having set foot in the desert before. Whenever he saw the sea or a fire, he fell silent, impressed by their elemental force. I've learned things from the sheep and I've learned things from crystals, he thought. I can learn something from the desert too, and it seems old and wise. The wind never stopped, and the boy remembered the day he had sat in the fort in Tarifa with this same wind blowing in his face. It reminded him of the wool from his sheep who were now seeking food and water in the fields of Andalusia, as they always had. They're not my sheep anymore, he said to himself, without nostalgia. They must be used to their new shepherd and have probably already forgotten me. And that's good. Creatures like the sheep that are used to traveling know about moving on. He thought of the merchant's daughter and was sure that she had probably married, perhaps to a baker or to another shepherd who could read and could tell her exciting stories. After all, he probably wasn't the only one, but he was excited at his intuitive understanding of the camel driver's comment. Maybe he was also learning the universal language that deals with the past and present of all people. Hunches, his mother used to call them. The boy was beginning to understand that intuition is really a sudden immersion of the soul into the universal current of life, where the histories of all people are connected and we are able to know everything because it's all written there. Maktab, the boy said, remembering the crystal merchant. The desert was all sand in some stretches and rocky in others. When the caravan was blocked by a boulder, it had to go around it. If there was a large rocky area, they had to make a major detour. If the sand was too fine or the animals' hooves, they sought a way where the sand was more substantial. In some places, the ground was covered with the salt of dried up lakes. The animals balked at such places, and the camel drivers were forced to dismount and unburden their charges. The drivers carried with the freight themselves over such treacherous footing and then reloaded the camels. If a guide were to fall ill or die, the camel drivers would draw lots and appoint a new one. But all this happened for one basic reason. No matter how many detours and adjustments it made, the caravan moved toward the same compass point. Once obstacles were overcome, it returned to its course, sighting on a star that indicated the location of the oasis. When the people saw the stars shining in the morning sky, they knew they were on the right course toward water, palm trees, shelter, and other people. It was only the Englishman who was unaware of all this. He was, for the most part, immersed in reading his books. The boy, too, had his book, and he had tried to read it during the first few days of the journey, but he found it much more interesting to observe the caravan and listen to the wind. As soon as he had learned to know his camel better, he had to establish a relationship with him. He threw the book away, although the boy had developed a superstition that each time he opened the book he would learn something important. He decided it was an unnecessary burden. He became friendly with the camel driver who traveled alongside him, and at night, as they sat around the fire, the boy related to the driver his adventures as a shepherd. And during one of these conversations, the driver told of his own life. I used to live near El Kairim, he said. I had my orchard, my children, and a new life that would change not at all until I died. One year, when the crop was the best ever, we all went to Mecca, and I satisfied the only unmet obligation in my life. I could die happily, and that made me feel good. One day the earth began to tremble, and the Nile overflowed its banks. It was something that I thought could happen only to others, never to me. My neighbors, they feared they would lose all their olive trees in the flood, and my wife was afraid that we would lose our children. I thought that everything I owned would be destroyed. The land was ruined, and I had to find some other ways to earn a living. So now I'm a camel driver. But that disaster taught me to understand the word of Allah. People need not fear the unknown if they are capable of achieving what they need and want. We are afraid of losing what we have, whether it's our life or our possessions and property. But this fear evaporates when we understand that our life stories and the history of the world were written by the same hand. Sometimes their caravan met with another. One always had something that the other needed, as if everything were indeed written by one hand. As they sat around the fire, the camel drivers exchanged information about windstorms and told stories about the desert. At other times, mysterious hooded men would appear. They were Bedouins who would surveillance along the caravan route. They provided warnings about thieves and barbarian tribes. They came in silence and departed the same way, dressed in black garments and showed only their eyes. One night a camel driver came to the fire where the Englishmen and the boys were sitting. There are rumors of tribal wars, he told them. The three fell silent. The boy noted that there was a sense of fear in the air, even though no one said anything. Once again, he was experiencing the language without words, the universal language. The Englishman asked if they were in danger. Once you get into the desert, there's no going back, said the camel driver. And when you can't go back, you have to worry only about the best way of moving forward. The rest is up to Allah, including the danger. And he concluded by saying the mysterious word, Makta. You should pay more attention to the caravan, the boy said to the Englishman after the camel driver had left. We make a lot of detours, but we're always heading for the same destination. And you ought to read more about the world, answered the Englishman. Books are like caravans in that respect. The immense collection of people and animals began to travel faster. The days had always been silent, but now even the nights, when the travelers were accustomed to talking around the fires, had also become quiet. And one day the leader of the caravan made the decision that the fires should no longer be lighted so as not to attract attention to the caravan. Travelers adopted the practice of arranging the animals in a circle at night, sleeping together in the center as protection against the nocturnal cold, and the leader posted armed sentinels at the fringes of the group. The Englishman was unable to sleep one night. He called to the boy, and they took a walk along the dunes surrounding the encampment. There was a full moon, and the boy told the Englishman the story of his life. The Englishman was fascinated with the part about the progress achieved at the crystal shop after the boy began working there. That's the principle that governs all things, he said. In alchemy, it's called the soul of the world. When you want something with all your heart, that's when you are closest to the soul of the world. It's always a positive force. He also said that this was not just a human gift, that everything on the face of the earth had a soul, whether mineral, vegetable, or animal, or even just a simple thought. Everything on earth is being continuously transformed because the earth is alive and it has a soul. We are part of that soul, so we rarely recognize that it's working for us. But in the crystal shop, you probably realized that even the glasses were collaborating in your success. The boy thought about that for a while as he looked at the moon and the bleached sands. I've watched the caravan as he crossed the desert, he said. The caravan and the desert speak the same language, and it's for that reason that the desert allows the crossing. It's going to test the caravans every step to see if it's in time, and if it is, we will make it to the oasis. If either of us had joined this caravan based only on personal courage, but without understanding that language, this journey would have been much more difficult. They stood there looking at the moon. That's the magic of omens, said the boy. I've seen how the guides read the signs of the desert, and how the soul of the caravan speaks to the soul of the desert. The Englishman said, I'd better pay more attention to that caravan. I'd better read your books, said the boy. They were strange books. They spoke about Mercury, salt, dragons, and kings, and he didn't understand any of it. But there was one idea that seemed to repeat itself throughout all the books. All things are the manifestation of one thing only. If one of the books he learned that the most important text in the literature of alchemy contained only a few lines and had been inscribed on the surface of an emerald. It's the Emerald Tablet, said the Englishman, proud that he might teach something to the boy. Well, then, why do we need all these books? The boy asked. So that we can understand those few lines, the Englishman answered, without appearing really to believe what he had said. The book that most interested the boy told the stories of the famous alchemists. They were men who had dedicated their entire lives to the purification of metals in their laboratories. They believed that if a metal were heated for many years, it would free itself of all its individual properties, and what was left would be the soul of the world. This soul of the world allowed them to understand anything on the face of the earth because it was the language with which all things communicated. They called that discovery the master work. It was part liquid and part solid. Can't you just observe men and omens in order to understand the language? The boy asked. You have a mania for simplifying everything, answered the Englishman, irritated. Alchemy is a serious discipline. Every step has to be followed exactly as it was followed by the masters. The boy learned that the liquid part of the masterwork was called the elixir of life and that it cured all illnesses. It also kept the alchemist from growing old, and the solid part was called the philosopher's stone. It's not easy to find the philosopher's stone, said the Englishman.
The alchemists spent years in their laboratories observing the fire that purified the metals. They spent so much time close to the fire that gradually they gave up the vanities of the world. They discovered that the purification of the metals had led to a purification of themselves. The boy thought about the crystal merchant. He had said that it was a good thing for the boy to clean the crystal pieces so that he could free himself from negative thoughts. The boy was becoming more and more convinced that alchemy could be learned in one's daily life. Also, said the Englishman, the philosopher's stone has a fascinating property. A small sliver of the stone can transform large quantities of metal into gold. Having heard that, the boy became even more interested in alchemy. He thought that with some patience he'd been able to transform everything into gold. He read the lives of the various people who had succeeded in doing so: Helvertius, Elias, Furcarni, and Geber. They were fascinating stories. Each of them lived out his personal legend to the end. They traveled, spoke with wise men, performed miracles for the incredulous, and owned the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. But when the boy wanted to learn to achieve the master work, he became completely lost. There were just drawings, coded instructions, and obscure texts. Why do they make these things so complicated? He asked the Englishman one night. The boy had noticed that the Englishman was irritable and missed his books. So that those who have the responsibility for understanding can understand, he said. Imagine if everyone went around transforming lead into gold. Gold will lose its value. It's only those who are persistent and willing to study things deeply who achieve the master work. It's why I'm here in the middle of the desert. I'm seeking a true alchemist who will help me decipher the codes. When were these books written? The boy asked. Many centuries ago. They didn't have the printing press in those days, the boy argued. There was no way for everybody to know about alchemy. Why did they use such strange language and so many drawings? The Englishman didn't answer him directly. He said that for the past few days he had been paying attention to how the caravan operated, but that he hadn't learned anything new. The only things he had noticed was that the talk of war was becoming more and more frequent. Then one day the boy returned the books to the Englishman. Did you learn anything? The Englishman asked, eager to hear. Eager to hear what it might be? He needed someone to talk to so as to avoid thinking about possibility of war. I learned that the world has a soul, and that whoever understands that soul can also understand the language of things. I learned that many alchemists realized their personal legends and wound up discovering the soul of the world, the philosopher's stone, and the elixir of life. But above all, I learned that these things are all so simple that they could be written on the surface of an emerald. The Englishman was disappointed. The years of research, the magic symbols, the strange words, and the laboratory equipment, none of this had made an impression on the boy. His soul must be too primitive to understand those things, he thought. He took back his books and packed them away again in their bags. Go back to watching the caravan, he said. That didn't teach me anything either. The boy went back to contemplating the silence of the desert and the sand raised by the animals. Everyone has his or her own way of learning things, he said to himself. His way isn't the same as mine, nor mine is his, but we're both in search of our personal legends, and I respect him for that. The caravan began to travel day and night. The hooded Bedouins reappeared more and more frequently, and the camel driver, who had become a good friend of the boys, explained that the war between the tribes had already begun. The caravan would be very lucky to reach the oasis. The animals were exhausted, and the men talked among themselves less and less. The silence was the worst aspect of the night, when the mere groan of a camel, which before had been nothing but the groan of a camel, now frightened everyone because it might signal a raid. The camel driver, though, seemed not to be very concerned with the threat of war. Now I'm alive, he said to the boy, as they ate a bunch of dates one night, with no fires and no moon. When I'm eating, that's all I think about. If I'm on the march, I just concentrate on marching. If I have to fight, it'll be just as good day to die as any other, because I don't live in either my past or my future. I'm interested only in the present. If you can concentrate always on the present, you'll be a happy man. You'll see that there is a life in the desert, and that there are stars in the heaven, and that tribesmen fight because they are part of the human race. And life will be a party for you, a grand festival, because life is the moment we're living right now. 2 nights later, he was getting ready to bed down. The boy looked for the star they followed every night. He thought that the horizon was a bit lower than it had been, because he seemed to see stars on the desert itself. It's the oasis, said the camel driver. Well, why don't we go there right now? The boy asked. Because we have to sleep. The boy awoke as the sun rose in front of them. Where the small stars had been the night before was an endless row of date palms stretching across the entire desert. We've done it, said the Englishman, who had also awakened early. But the boy was quiet. He was at home with silence of the desert, but he was content just to look at the trees. He still had a long way to go to reach the pyramids, and someday this morning would just be a memory. But this was the present moment, the party the camel driver had mentioned, and he wanted to live it as he did the lessons of his past and his dreams of the future. Although the vision of the date palms would someday be just a memory, right now it signified shade, water, and a refuge from the war. Yesterday the camel's groans signaled danger. Now a row of date palms could herald a miracle. The world speaks many languages, the boy thought. The times rush past, and so do the caravans, thought the alchemist, as he watched the hundreds of people and animals arriving at the oasis. People were shouting at the new arrivals. Dust obscured the desert sun, and the children of the oasis were bursting with excitement at the arrival of the strangers. The alchemist saw the tribal chiefs greet the leader of the caravan and converse with him at length, but none of that mattered to the alchemist. He had already seen many people come and go, and the desert remained as it was. He had seen kings and beggars walking the desert sands. The dunes were changed constantly by the wind, yet these were the same sands he had known since he was a child. He always enjoyed seeing the happiness and the travelers experienced when, after weeks of yellow sand and blue sky, they saw the green of the date palms. Maybe God created the desert so that man could appreciate the date trees, he thought. He decided to concentrate on more practical matters. He knew that in the caravans there was a man to whom he was to teach some of the secrets. The omens had told him so. He didn't know the man yet, but his practiced eye would recognize him when he appeared. He hoped that it would be someone as capable as his previous apprentice. I don't know why these things have to be transmitted by word of mouth, he thought. It wasn't really that they were secrets. God revealed his secrets easily to all his creatures. He had only one explanation for this fact. Things that have to be transmitted by this way because they were made up from the pure life. And this kind of life cannot be captured in pictures or words, because people become fascinated with pictures and words and wind up forgetting the language of the world. All right, well, I'm going to mark the page there. As we're just about at that time. Let me we still got a decent amount to read on.
Well, thank you for hanging out. We'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be hanging out 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or -4 GMT, 5 a.m. if you're in another part of the world. And thanks for hanging out. Be patient with events in the world. Be patient with things happening. There's a lot of interesting things going on, and sometimes we know exactly what we need to do, and other times we have no clue what's going on. Adjustment. Some things we can comprehend. Omens will be shared. Some things we just gotta hold on for the ride. Be a little patient for. Weather will clear up soon enough. Donna Day Kauai. Till we see you next time, much love and many blessings.